Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1344 3 Small Groups. Sir, what should we do next? Ryu Kanasaki followed behind Yang Hui and asked in a low voice. Not to mention Yang Hui, even she could see that Mitsuha Greywale had impure intentions, and her poor acting skills were even worse than when she was a child. Ryu Kanasaki thought that Yang Hui was too kind to Mitsuha Greywale. Even if she was influenced or induced by something, she should be arrested directly instead of letting her continue to jump up and down. But Ryu Kanasaki still planned to follow Yang Hui's instructions. A little willfulness in private can add points to herself, but taking the initiative in major matters can be a deduction. Call Natal, I'm going to the promise, and notify Mabe at the same time. Let her go with me. There are some things she needs to bring back. Understood. After the voice fell, Ryu Kanasaki arranged everything in an orderly manner. After sending messages to Bakalulu and Mabe, he immediately arranged for the shuttle to go to the promise. Mr. Yang Hui. Are you really leaving? Just as Yang Hui brought Ryu Kanasaki to the hangar and prepared to board the shuttle, Ida Takamori and others caught up with them, looking anxious and flustered. What's wrong with you? Yang Hui's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He didn't need to guess who notified them, but he still asked in a puzzled manner. You are not leaving, Drestriga. Ida Takamori was anxious, but very embarrassed, as if it was not what he understood. Did he misunderstand? Hearing this, Yang Hui laughed and shook his head, and his heart was still warm. I just have some things I want to talk to Captain Bakalulu about. After all, before boarding, Drestriga, Promise, is my exclusive vehicle. That means, you still have to come back, right? Ida Takamori confirmed that he really misunderstood, and confirmed awkwardly. Isn't this nonsense? What? Do you want to drive me away? Yang Hui asked Ida Takamori with a smirk on his face. No. I don't dare. I don't dare? So, that's what you think. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The dark breath condensed into the shadow of an evil spirit floating behind Yang Hui, causing Ida Takamori to burst out with a strong desire to survive, and even his HUD shook out an afterimage. Haha, just kidding, why are you so nervous? The breath of the evil spirit disappeared. Yang Hui patted Ida Takamori on the shoulder, gave Endo Masaki, Tomo Nagayuta, Al, Kid, Artie and others a warm smile, and then turned around and boarded the shuttle. Ida Takamori, Cap, well, it's indeed very friendly, but can you be a little gentler? Others, it is indeed very warm, but why does it feel so cold? Oh, right. Just before entering the shuttle, Yang Hui stopped and turned to look at everyone. Remember to train well and wait for me to come back for a surprise assessment. Everyone, degrees, what a familiar smell, woo. Then, Yang Hui walked into the shuttle and drove out of the hangar of Drestriga, under the watchful eyes of Ida Takamori and others. Ida Takamori and others who were crying were also blamed by ladies Aftersuda and others who caught up with them. Ryu Mori, can you not be so impatient? Edge clearly said it was almost. Don't you understand what almost means? Now it's okay, we're going to have a surprise assessment, just wait to be scolded. Didn't you see that the mechas were not taken away? And Char, Amuro, Camus, who belonged to the Promised Legion, didn't leave either. Why are you panicking? Originally, the message from Aggie St. Claus had made it very clear that a conflict had broken out between Sanai Greywale and Yang Hui. Yang Hui almost left Drestriga, and was ready to leave, but the result was good. Although the conflict did not show any signs of easing, it was temporarily over, so Yang Hui would not leave. As a result, Ida Longsheng went to find Yang Hui with his like-minded friends halfway through the process. When he saw Yang Hui about to board the shuttle, how could he sit still? He rushed up and stopped Yang Hui without thinking anything. Others did not know, but the people of the SRX team were definitely on Yang Hui's side. They had not yet repaid the favor of helping them improve the SRX plan. They also helped them grow, formulated a training plan that was hard but absolutely reasonable and the most suitable, which greatly increased their strength. They also trusted them very much, opened up the authority of the Promised Legion, and allowed them to bring some applicable technologies back to their original world. Jonah Bishuta and Michelle Lua will support Rita Bernal, and Rita Bernal will naturally support Yang Hui unconditionally, so they must support Yang Hui. The same is true for Elle and others from another world. In their eyes, Yang Hui is a big brother who is both strict and gentle. Even Elle, a pseudo-child, has received a lot of guidance on the attainments of robots. The children and teenagers on Drestriga are also like this. For example, Yang Hui took great care of Tama Nagayuta, who was only 10 years old. He also taught him a lot of knowledge and patiently taught him how to become a qualified boss. Of course, it does not mean that supporting Yang Hui will exclude Mitsuha Greywall. During this period of contact, Mitsuha Greywall has also been recognized by everyone and is a qualified captain and troop leader. But if conflicts and contradictions really break out, when they have to make a choice, they will stand on Yang Hui's side. That's why Ada Takamori and others are so anxious. Again, I'm not the only one taking the test. Ida Takamori murmured timidly, his index fingers on both hands tapping in front of him. Who do you think caused this? And of course, pretending to be pitiful and cute is ineffective. In front of Yang Hui's surprise test, even cute little ones like Al, Artie, and Tama Nagayuta can't get away with it by being cute. Woo woo woo. Let's go to training, it's a surprise test. A bad feeling. Nonsense. When was Colonel Yang Hui's surprise test easy? Is it just a joke? After all, Colonel Yang Hui is quite treacherous. When have you ever seen Colonel Yang Hui joke about training and tests? Woo 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 woo. The children and teenagers rush to the training room with heavy hearts, intending to cram at the last minute, but Ken Tetsuya, Ryan Rima, Elzum, and Zanga, who were watching from behind, were not in a hurry, nor did they relax because Yang Hui confirmed that he would not leave. This is troublesome. Jian Tai also said. Both he and the three people around him could see that there was a gap between the members of Drestriga. Yes, although it is still small, with Mr. Yang Hui's prestige, there will be no problem at present, but once a gap appears, it will be very difficult to make up for it, and it is easy to expand. After years of precipitation, Elzum still has a very accurate control of people's hearts. The problem is not here, but Captain Sanai's approach, Anagi. Zhang Jia pondered. If Sanai Greywall's approach is excusable, although immature, it is indeed an opportunity to shake Yang Hui's prestige, but Agi St. Claus knew that there was a conflict between Yang Hui and Sanai Greywall, and he still said this matter. In addition to stimulating the escalation of the conflict, it is useless. Although Zhang Jia has not been here for a long time, his eyes are very sharp. He can distinguish at a glance who is willing to stand on Yang Hui's side and who is willing to support Sanai Greywall on this ship. If we have to distinguish, Drestriga is now divided into three parts. The first is those who support Yang Hui. This part is basically composed of Ms. troops, and more than half of the Ms. pilots will stand on Yang Hui's side. The second is those who support Sanai Greywall. In addition to Agi St. Claus, this part is the original group of student soldiers of Drestriga. The third is the neutral faction, which has the least people. It is composed of Huso, Mabed and Shurek team, who are from the Holy Military Alliance, because they have their own organization. No matter what Drestriga does, at most they can just leave and return to their original organization. But according to Zhang Jia's understanding of this kind of organizational power, they will only choose the side with a greater chance of winning and more benefits to themselves. Sanai Greywall only represents Drestriga, and Yang Hui represents the entire current Earth Federation and Promise Caller. The gap between the two sides is like a firefly in a bright moon. As long as you are not stupid, you know how to choose. When Sanai Greywall was at an absolute disadvantage, it was a very unwise move to stimulate the escalation of the conflict. It's not normal. This is not in line with Edge's style. Liu Longman nodded. He also felt that Edge St. Claus's move was very unwise and did not fit his personality and style. Really? That? Well, there is only one explanation. Remind Yang Hui when you have a chance. If it is not handled properly, the potential threat of this unit is too great. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Maybe Yang Hui did it on purpose. It is very likely that Yang Hui's control of people's hearts and the formulation of plans are unprecedented in his life. Yang Hui certainly knew everything that happened in the hangar, including the communication and considerations of Jian Tai and others. He thought of it, which was also what he needed. He used the surprise assessment to temporarily divert everyone's attention and temporarily suppress the conflicts and contradictions, because it was not yet time for a complete outbreak, but at the same time, he did not ease the contradictions, in order to give Sanaigre-Wale, or to induce Sanaigre-Wale's position, more opportunities. The only thing to worry about is that it will not act. As long as it acts, and more and more, and more and more obviously, there will be more opportunities to catch its trace. Your current situation is not good, Colonel Yang Hui. In the shuttle, Mabe, who was sitting opposite Yang Hui, smiled playfully, but the worry in her eyes still did not escape Yang Hui's eyes. You should be more worried about Captain Sanai. If the conflict breaks out, Captain Sanai will have no chance of winning. Yang Hui smiled calmly, not taking Mabe's ridicule and Sanaigre-Wale's threats seriously at all. That's why it's not good. Captain Sanai is your student. Disobedient students must be taught a lesson. Okay, I surrender. I can't argue with you, but I believe you won't let the situation go on, right? Mabe raised her hands in surrender. She was no match for Yang Hui in bickering. There was no smile on her face, and deep worry was truly revealed. It depends on your results, maybe. It's been such a long time, don't tell me that you have gained nothing. That's why I put down the project in my hand and went to the promise with you. Speaking of the results, Mabe showed a confident smile again. Then I'm looking forward to it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chapter 1345 Mabe's Achievements. So what you mean is, this gene is causing trouble. After listening to Mabe's report, Yang Hui had a general understanding, but it was precisely because of this that he felt that it was not so easy to accept. According to Mabe's research, the same group of genes reported before did have a big problem. When he first arrived at the orbital base, Yang Hui told Mabe that there was some unknown existence on Drestliga that was monitoring their every move, so every time Drestliga arrived at a certain mission location, Mabe would find an excuse to get off the ship and study this gene. After research, Mabe found that this gene was very complex and had differences from the gene fragments that humans should have, but it could be perfectly integrated with a human body gene. At the same time, after comparison, this gene had different degrees of influence on a certain special band, some were very strong, and some were very weak. There was no doubt that the students who boarded Drestliga from the 30th Officer Academy, as well as Aggie St. Claus, were all highly affected, led by Sanaigre-Wale, but strangely, the degree of influence on Reynold Harding, the deputy captain, was very weak, approaching zero. The other members of Drestliga were also compared, some were strong and some were weak, but the strongest would not be better than the worst among the student soldiers. At the beginning, the reason why Mabe discovered that there was a problem with this gene was the guests from another world. Including Yang Hui, all the visitors from another world did not have this gene. Have you found the source of this special band? Yang Hui asked. No, it should be said that it is everywhere. Mabe answered with a serious face, as long as you are in Drestliga, this band can be seen everywhere, spreading outward with AOS as the core, gradually weakening, and once you leave Drestliga, it will disappear without a trace. What about you? Can you feel that kind of influence? Yang Hui asked Mabe. Very clear. Mabe's mouth curled up, and a playful arc appeared. As a researcher, I must ensure that my brain is always in a rational unrigorous state, but when the research encounters obstacles, I will feel inexplicably irritable, and my resentment towards you will quickly increase. Wait, why are you resentful towards me? Yang Hui felt puzzled. Although he was also a scientific researcher and was responsible for researching AOS and Drestliga, that was just his side job. He would only participate in research when he had free time. At other times, he would at most point out the problems he understood and provide the research team with the right direction. In fact, he handed over the research on Drestliga to Mabe. I can't help it. Who told you to have excellent research ability but not do your job? This is why Mabe teased Yang Hui. Mabe highly recognized Yang Hui's research ability, especially all the technologies related to Ms., but Yang Hui did not focus on research, but liked to fight. Just like a wizard full of wisdom and magic, he always likes to chop people with a sword or smash the enemy's head with a staff. Yes, I'm talking about you, Gandalf. Oh. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. Why did he see the shadows of Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang in Mabe? An illusion? It must be an illusion, right? Ahem, these things are not important. Please continue talking. Heh. Mabe covered her mouth and chuckled. Finally, Yang Hui was embarrassed. How cool. But fortunately, I am used to being rational and rigorous, and I soon discovered the abnormality in myself and controlled it with willpower. But I know very well that this abnormality is very dangerous, because it is not achieved through mental hypnosis, physical manipulation and other means, but is subtle. Although it can be temporarily controlled, the changes are not eliminated, but have been accumulating. At the beginning, you can still perceive your own abnormality, but over time, you will regard this abnormality as a habit and as a normal situation. At that time, it will be difficult to reverse it, and you may not even realize that you have changed. So, do you have any other results? Yang Hui was of course very clear about what Mabe said. This was also an important reason why his patience was exhausted. He was unwilling to give up the Drisliga unit. Sanigriwale has already shown obvious changes. If it continues to drag on, I am afraid that except for brainwashing, it will be difficult to change her mind back. Moreover, under its influence, a gap has appeared within the Dresgy Cruise team, and it cannot be tolerated anymore. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. Of course, I can't show off this achievement. Mabe smiled confidently and handed a stack of paper documents to Yang Hui. This is the band shielding device I designed based on the special band. Theoretically, it can eliminate the continued impact of the special band on everyone. Of course, it only prevents the continued impact. The changes that have been caused cannot be eliminated and need time to slowly smooth out. Have you tested it? Yang Hui asked Mabe. No. Mabe's confidence disappeared, and she sighed. Because the special band only appears on Dresstriga, if you want to test it, you must do it on Dresstriga, but start the test directly after you go back. Yang Hui dispelled Mabe's concerns and allowed her to start directly. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? We don't have time to drag it on. Before everyone is dragged into a situation of no return, we must take risks. Yang Hui said. I understand. I will make a few test machines after I go back. Everyone's safety depends on you. Yang Hui teased. Oh, it's a heavy mission. Master Yang Hui, we're here. Ryukinosaki reminded Yang Hui in time that the shuttle had entered the promise. Let's go. Yang Hui stood up and left. As for whether Mabe wanted to follow, it was up to her. Originally, she was called along just to listen to her report. They just needed to leave the Dresstriga. It's just right for me to visit the flagship of His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Although Mabe had visited the White Fortress, she heard that the Promise was Yang Hui's exclusive vehicle, and its configuration was one level higher than that of the flagships of the fleets. Naturally, she had to visit it carefully to satisfy her curiosity. The three of them got off the shuttle, and Bakalulu and Setsuna and others greeted them. After both sides saluted, Yang Hui pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly under Bakalulu's embarrassed and angry expression. Yang Hui, pay attention to the occasion. Bakalulu said angrily. It's okay, Captain Bakalulu, we like to watch. Lyle said with a smile. Lyle Annie Leitner, who was standing next to Lyle, pulled Lyle's clothes and told him to shut up. It wasn't because she felt embarrassed for him, but, wow? You like to watch? Yang Hui raised his head slightly and looked at Lyle with dangerous eyes. Oh, I didn't. I'll have someone install a high-definition camera in your room that can record your life 24 hours a day. I like to watch it too. Yang Hui teased. Don't do it. Lyle immediately bowed 90 degrees to apologize. That's hiss. I was wrong. Yang Hui wanted to take advantage of the victory, but the weakness in his waist caused a severe pain, and Yang Hui cried out in pain. Where did you go wrong? Baki Lulu's face was flushed, but the blue veins on his forehead bulged out the symbol. I don't know. But I must be wrong. Huh? With a good attitude of admitting his mistakes, Baki Lulu let go and let Yang Hui go. Alice, I want to go to the bridge. Neil lamented. He had eaten a mouthful of dog food, and felt was not around. No one could comfort him. Let's look at the others. Setsuna and Teiria were not interested in this. Lyle was accompanied by Annie Leitner, and Aleluja and Soma Paris. No, now it was Mary, who were holding hands. Ahem, silence. Bakalulu shouted, making the unserious Lyle and Neil, as well as Aleluja who was showing off his affection in an ecstatic way, stand straight. Let's go to the conference room. The group came to the conference room, all the lights were turned off, and the central virtual projection was unfolded. The overview map of the Earth and the solar system was the only light, marked with various colors. The Zansker counterattack went smoothly. Although it was interfered by other forces during the period, the intensity was not great, and they even helped us. The progress of the operation reached 78%, and it is expected to be completed the day after tomorrow, and the Zanskar Empire will be forced back to its homeland. Bakalulu reported. After the successful operation on Kamiya, Uruguru did not launch a large-scale attack again. There are only scattered small units wandering in the Federation Army. Captain Lamias and the fleet of Maximin are clearing them out. Iria added. So, what is our next mission? Asked Setsuna. What do the Emperor and Rebel mean? Yang Hui thought for a moment and asked Bakalulu. They mean that we should act together with Dreki crews. No, this will cause a serious waste of combat power. Yang Hui shook his head and rejected it. With the current combat power of Dreki crews, it is enough to deal with any crisis. If the Promise and Setsuna and others join in, the combat power will be wasted too much. Although the threat of Uruguru in the Zanskar Empire has been greatly reduced, there are still many places around the world that need support. We knew you would object, so Wong and Rebel will give you the decision-making power. The Promise was originally a warship for you. Although you are not on board for the time being, the final command belongs to you. Bakalulu said with a smile. She had expected this result when she contacted Wong and Rebel. There was no way, she knew Yang Hui too well. When will the Infinite Demon inducement operation begin? Yang Hui's eyes kept moving back and forth between the overview map of the Earth and the solar system, and asked Bakalulu. The plan has been completed and is scheduled to start in 15 days. The Promise stays in low Earth orbit on standby, as the last trump card, to participate in the execution of the Infinite Demon inducement operation. Chapter 1346 Heading to Jupiter, Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. After deciding the next move of the Promise, Yang Hui did not stay on the Promise for long. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Dreki crews had a heavy mission. He had just completed the Battle of Kamiya and came to the vicinity of Mars because of the appearance of Pentacona. Next, he had to fulfill the agreement with GGG and go to the vicinity of Jupiter to investigate the power and prepare for Plan Z. Yang Hui also wanted to stay and spend some time with Bakalulu, but the terrible thing was that at this moment, Rebel's order came. Yang Hui did not dare to stay any longer and immediately took the shuttle back to Dresslinga. Reason. Yang Hui looked at Rebel on the screen and questioned. At this point, there was no need to act with Rebel. The order given by Rebel was a mandatory order, which meant that Dresslinga had to participate. This puzzled Yang Hui. Even if there was an emergency, one of the fleets of Meru's 4th Fleet and Maximin's 15th Fleet could be transferred. If that didn't work, Promise could also be called. After all, there was still half a month before the Infinite Demon's induction operation. Why must Dreki crews, or to be more precise, Dresslinga, participate? They had just experienced 2 major battles and had to go to Jupiter to investigate the power. They couldn't spare any time. Fisk Blackwood spoke. Rebel said. Commodore Fisk. Everyone on the bridge exclaimed. That was their old superior, the one who led them to Dresslinga and started the battle journey. What did he say? Yang Hui asked, ignoring the slightly commotion of the people. Phnom Penh, Dresslinga must go to Phnom Penh. Just this one sentence. Yang Hui frowned and asked Rebel. That's all. Rebel nodded. But after he spoke, Kreutzer immediately sent people to Phnom Penh to investigate. They found the existence of the Hook Claw Man near Phnom Penh, and he stayed around Phnom Penh for quite a long time. It's impossible to say that there is no reason. After Fen joined Dreki crews, Kreutzer's investigation of the Hook Claw Man was upgraded by 2 levels. The first priority was naturally to search for the traces of the night. The second priority was the location of Dr. Hell, the source of the invaders, and the traces of unknown forces. The next priority was the level of the Hook Claw Man's traces. But Kreutzer was also interested, because the traces of the Hook Claw Man did not yield much results. They left almost no traces wherever they went, and they had been wandering around the world. There were not many members. Even if they found traces, they disappeared when they went there. This time, Kreutzer finally caught the tail, but the other party was also very abnormal. He stayed in Phnom Penh for at least a week, which had never happened before. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Kreutzer judged that the Hook Claw Man and his gang were planning something in Phnom Penh, so he led the team to Phnom Penh personally. Not only that, after Cruz and his men arrived at Phnom Penh, They found a relic that existed for at least 10,000 years, and detected unknown energy fluctuations in the relic. What are the Hook-Claw Man's group doing now? Yang Hui thought for a moment and asked Rabir. No action, just constantly moving around Phnom Penh to avoid Cruz's tracking. The strange thing is that no matter how hard Cruz pressed, the other party had no intention of leaving Phnom Penh. Notify Cruz to catch the Hook-Claw Man's group and don't let any of them escape. As for what happened in Phnom Penh, we will investigate after we return from Jupiter and send people to protect the relic. Yang Hui ordered. No matter what conspiracy the Hook-Claw Man's group was plotting, as long as all of them were caught, no matter how big the conspiracy was, it would be impossible to realize. As for that special relic, there was no rush. It would be fine to investigate it after they returned from Jupiter. And Yang Hui considered why Fisk Blackwood had to send Drestriga to Phnom Penh. And he acted very anxious, so, drag out the time, and Fisk Blackwood might say something more in the meantime. Understood. After the communication ended, Yang Hui glanced at everyone. Everyone's eyes were dodging, not daring to look at Yang Hui, which made Yang Hui's heart sink. It seemed that when he went to the Prosme, someone's trick worked. Colonel Yang Hui, I think, since Commodore Fisk has spoken, we should postpone going to Jupiter and go to Phnom Penh for investigation first. Sanai Greywall stood up and persuaded, feeling a little anxious. No, go to Jupiter first. Yang Hui directly rejected Sanai Greywall's suggestion. No matter what is in Phnom Penh, there will be no trouble with Cruz there. Plan Z is also a very important plan. It is related to the return of the old generation of heroes, and it has a higher priority than Phnom Penh. I understand. When will we set off? Sanai Greywall gladly accepted Yang Hui's order and put away his anxious attitude. We will leave in an hour. The Promise has other missions to perform. Only the White Fortress and the Drestriga will go. Inform Brad and prepare for departure. Call the 20th and 21st Fleets to complete the supply operations of the White Fortress and the Drestriga as soon as possible. Understood. Yang Hui left a bridge, but after leaving, he immediately took out his pad and switched the monitoring screen to the bridge, paying attention to their every move. Captain Sanai, why do you seem to want to go to Phnom Penh? After confirming that Yang Hui had left, Lian asked Sanai Greywall. After all, Sanai's eagerness just now was very abnormal, and the purpose was too obvious. Nothing. Sanai Greywall shook his head and explained to everyone, I just have a feeling that there is something waiting for me in Phnom Penh. I have to go there. As long as I go, I can get something very important. It's very metaphysical, but I do have this feeling. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Lian was stunned for a moment and also discovered this feeling. Not only Lian, but everyone on the bridge had this feeling, a magical feeling. They thought so, but why they had such an idea? I don't know. Do you want to talk to Colonel Yang Hui again? Reynold Harding had the same feeling. He didn't have it before, but after Sanai Greywall's reminder, he had it. He noticed the abnormality, but didn't point it out. Instead, he secretly kept it in mind and waited for the next opportunity to report. No. Sanai Greywall shook his head. Colonel Yang Hui's consideration is very thoughtful. Welcoming the heroes back is also a very important task, so go to Jupiter to investigate first. Lian, convey Colonel Yang Hui's order to the White Fortress and the 20th and 21st Fleets, and notify all departments to prepare for departure. Understood. By the way, Captain, do you and Colonel Yang Hui want to have a good talk? Let's clear up the misunderstanding now. Lian sent the telegram while whispering to Sanai Greywall. She and the people on the bridge preferred Sanai Greywall, but they didn't want the two to have a conflict. I'll find a chance. Thank you, Lian. Hey, it's best if everyone can get along well. Yang Hui outside the bridge smiled and put away his pad. It can be confirmed that although Lian and others were affected and leaned towards Sanai Greywall's side, the impact was not serious. Colonel Yang Hui. At this time, Aggie St. Claus came out from the corner with an apologetic face. I'm really sorry, Colonel Yang Hui. I shouldn't have taken the initiative to spread the content of the conversation. While Yang Hui was on his way to the Promise, Aggie St. Claus also realized that his behavior almost caused serious consequences and that he was not thoughtful enough. Nothing, since I asked you to listen, I'm not afraid that you will spread it. Yang Hui smiled confidently, which made Aggie St. Claus relax a lot. Colonel Yang Hui. I just, I understand. Without waiting for Aggie St. Claus to continue explaining, Yang Hui put his arm around his shoulders and walked forward, like a close brother. A bachelor who has been single for 20 years finally has a new lease of life, and the goddess in his heart has been bullied again. All men should stand up. Aggie St. Claus exploded on the spot, trying to break free but was held tightly by Yang Hui. I don't mean that. Sanai and I are not that kind of relationship. It should be yet not, right? If you like someone, you should be more generous. Is it so obvious? Aggie St. Claus pulled up his scarf, trying to cover his blushing face. Why don't you go ask, who on the ship doesn't know? You're almost writing it on your face. Yang Hui teased. Aggie St. Claus wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Not bad, very manly. Yang Hui gave a thumbs up. Thank you. Come on, I wish you can get the girl. Okay, I'll try my best. But, Colonel Yang Hui, where are we going now? Aggie St. Claus realized that he had been led forward by Yang Hui, holding his hand and not letting go, and he didn't know where he was going. The training room. Yang Hui said as a matter of course. Training room? I finished my daily training. Aggie St. Claus had a bad feeling in his heart, and he wanted to escape. A surprise assessment, didn't I tell you before we set off? Yang Hui asked Aggie St. Claus, his smile becoming more and more sinister. Colonel Yang Hui, my stomach hurts a little, I want to go to the toilet. Hold it. I really can't hold it anymore. Then poop in your pants, I'll buy you a new pair. If you keep talking, all your salary and bonus for this month and next month will be cancelled. Aggie St. Claus. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1347, Disappearance of Jupiter. Jupiter, in order to implement Z-Plan, and welcome back the missing heroes of the previous generation, GGG spent a lot of money to build a huge space base in the Jupiter Circle, Yamakist. This fortress is not too armed, but more advanced detection instruments are used to find the power, or various advanced communication instruments are constantly trying to get in touch with the missing heroes, or advanced medical equipment is prepared for emergencies. Captain Agathon, the software of the Awakening Kai has been updated. Please check it. As early as when Dreki Cruz went to the Kamiya Star space domain to participate in the Kamiya Star battle, Chief Agathon of GGG brought GGG members to the Yamaka space to prepare for the Jupiter investigation and wait for Dreki Cruz's arrival. According to the agreed time, Dreki Cruz should have arrived at the Yamaka space and completed the investigation of Jupiter, but an accident happened. The arrival of Pentacona forced Dreki Cruz to go to the Mars Circle for investigation, and the people of GGG had to stay at the Yamaka space and wait, conducting various reviews and confirmations day after day. The one who reported to Chief Agathon was a young girl with golden curly hair. If Yan Hago and Jidao Jishi were here, they would definitely recognize her. She was one of the hostages who was rescued at the beginning, and Al-8 was fascinated by Jidao Jishi. Al-8 originally planned to follow Jidao Jishi and get closer to Jidao Jishi, so he tried every means to join GGG, but Al-8's identity is not that simple. He was implanted with genetic genes by a criminal organization in the unborn fetus, so he was born a genius child. When he was young, he also participated in Gao-Fi-Gar, the development project of My King Kaya, but an accident occurred in the middle of the process and caused him to lose his memory. After finding Al-8's detailed information, Commander Agathon made an exception and allowed Al-8 to join GGG. It was at this time that, for some reason, Al-8 suddenly recovered his memory, and the reason changed from to get close to Jidao GC to get close to Jidao GC, and I should have joined GGG to fight for the peace of the Earth. Well, anyway, there is no conflict. Let me see. Commander Agathon carefully checked the reports handed over by Al-8, not only because Plan Z is extremely important and cannot be sloppy, but also because of Al-8's outstanding ability. Although it is nominally a review, every time Al-8 conducts a review, it can bring unexpected surprises. The ultimate fusion has been shortened, more than 5 seconds. It can still be improved under such circumstances. It's really amazing. I just made some adjustments based on the procedures of Dr. Lixing and Dr. Lei Yao. Elite said modestly. That's true, but the programs of those two old men are too unique. Normally, even reverse engineering can't be done. At present, apart from you, only Colonel Yang Hui can adjust the programs of the old men. You are the second one, which is amazing. Commander Agassen was generous with his praise. In his eyes, Alite's joining was a perfect reinforcement. In terms of combat, Tianhe and Jidao had already grown up. He was in the hardware field, and there was Aya Hinoki in the biotechnology field. The new generation of members in communication and maintenance were also growing rapidly. Only in the electronic program field, there was no member who could take on the task. The arrival of Alite just filled the last gap, because the programs written by Dr. Li Shang and Dr. Layer were too unique, so no one could move them. In terms of electronic programs, it became a pipe dream to want to improve the performance of GGG's body. It was not until Yang Hui arrived and helped the King of Yu adjust the OS program, which greatly improved the performance, that Commander Agassen breathed a sigh of relief. But this is not a long-term solution. After all, he can't let Yang Hui join GGG. That is, when Yan Hago and Jidao followed Drei Cruz, they could ask him for help, but GGG still didn't have its own OS adjustment personnel. Al-8 came, and she did it. The results exceeded the expectations of Chief Agassen. Naturally, Al-8 was regarded as a talent who was on par with Yang Hui in the field of OS. You think too highly of me, Chief Agassen. Being praised, Al-8 was naturally very happy, but also embarrassed, feeling that she could not bear this praise. Who is Yang Hui? She carefully studied the information. He is a great god. He is not only the top in the field of electronic programs, but also in the entire MIS field, not to mention his strategic vision, tactical command, MIS driving technology and other strengths. Ha, come on, Alite, don't be so modest. Everyone can see your abilities, and you have indeed brought us great help. As long as the success rate of Plan Z can be improved even a little bit. Next, I want to find a way to repair the awakened Mankai. Alite said. Hello. Even if the machine has been repaired. Even so, I want to give it a try. Can you approve it, sir? Commander Agassen was silent. Feeling Alite's determination, he thought again and decided, you are responsible for the software, and I am responsible for the hardware. If it is such a division of labor, I will approve it. Thank you very much. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Commander Agassen's pad rang. It was Yang Longley from the base command. He immediately answered the call. I am Agassen, Prosecutor Yang, what can I do for you? Commander Agassen, there is a call from Drestliga. Drei Cruz will arrive at the Yamaka base in 15 minutes. Let's be prepared. Is it finally coming? The big stone in Commander Agassen's heart fell with the arrival of Drei Cruz. He was really worried that another accident would happen, causing Drei Cruz to delay assisting them in the investigation again, but at the same time he became serious. The arrival of Drei Cruz indicated that Plan Z would officially start. Captain Agathon. Sorry, Alite, the repairs on the Awakening Kai are delayed. Let's get ready to welcome everyone from Drei Cruz. I understand. 15 minutes later, Drestliga and White Fortress arrived at the Yamaka base. Yang Hui and Sanai Greywall led several representatives into the base. Welcome, Colonel Yang Hui, Captain Sanai. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Captain Agathon. The appearance of Pentacona forced us to postpone our arrival. Sanai Greywall took the initiative to apologize to Captain Agathon. After all, they didn't have to postpone it for so long. It was her suggestion that extended the time. It's okay. I understand the situation. I heard that Drei Cruz refused General Ruber's order to assist in Plan Z and the investigation of Jupiter. We should thank you. Captain Agathon had contacted Ruber and understood the situation, but he didn't mean to blame them. It's great that you understand. Captain Agassen, are you ready? Yang Hui asked. Although there was Drei Cruz in Phnom Penh, he was not so anxious, but he was still very concerned, especially Fisk Blackwood's words. It would be best if he could go to investigate as soon as possible. We are ready a long time ago, just waiting for you to come. Commander Agassen said confidently. Then how do we need to cooperate with you? You only need to. Before he finished speaking, the alarm of the Yamaka base rang throughout the base and echoed in the empty hangar. Enemy attack. Yang Hui frowned. Isn't it too coincidental? Dreki Cruz encountered an enemy attack as soon as he arrived. Colonel Yang Hui. Let's return to Drisliga immediately, said Sanai Greywale. Yes. Yang Hui nodded in agreement and said to Commander Agasan, sorry, the investigation has to be postponed again. Let's deal with the incoming enemies first. As it should be. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui and Sanai Greywale immediately led the people back to Dresliga. Yang Hui and others went directly to the locker room to change into their driving suits and got on their own machines. Sanai Greywale and others rushed to the bridge as soon as possible. But the alarm was wrong, but it was not a mistake, because no enemies were seen at all. But there were no enemies, but something more terrifying happened. Where is Jupiter? Why did it disappear? Yang Hui drove Dawn Erstelen, creation, to the front of the Yamacus machine and looked at the empty universe left after Jupiter disappeared. I don't know. Just now, Jupiter suddenly disappeared, and no detection equipment responded. Yang Longley from the command center of the Yamacus base reported. It was because Jupiter disappeared suddenly without any sign that he sounded the alarm. But observation records show that Jupiter still exists, right in front of us, but we can't see it. Disappeared? But exists again. Yang Hui's brain was working rapidly, and even turned on the zero-time difference calculation, but could not come up with any results. Check the observation system again to see if it is a false alarm. It's already been checked. Nokia Hume, who was in charge of the observation system, reported. She had already done it without Yang Hui's instructions. But the observation system is normal. It's not a false alarm. In other words, Jupiter is still in front of us, but we can't see it with our eyes. Is that right? Yang Hui guessed. This possibility is very high. After checking all the systems, Hinoki replied, but did not insist that the guess was correct. Jupiter is a massive celestial body. Once it disappears, it will affect the orbits of other celestial bodies including the Earth. But the system detected that everything is normal and nothing has changed. At least this is good news. The disappearance of Jupiter will not affect the Earth. If Jupiter really disappeared, Yang Hui would have a headache. Unless he created a celestial body similar to Jupiter to keep it in orbit, the Earth in this world would enter a countdown to destruction. Then, could it be the influence of the power? Chapter 1348 The Overlord of the Realm appears. It's very likely. Although it's not certain, the only person who can think of that the Jupiter ring can cause this special phenomenon is the power. There have been several mysterious halos near Jupiter, which should be of the same nature as this phenomenon, similar to optical camouflage. When I contacted the evolved people, they said, the halo is the upcoming enemy, the Overlord. Ahina recalled the reports of Amamigo and Kato Jimmy. The Overlord, an ultimate machine with a similar appearance to our King Kaya, an existence that turns everything into light. Ding ding ding. Captain Agathon. An unidentified mobile weapon has been discovered. An unknown signal suddenly appeared on the detection system, and Ahina reported in a panic. That's it. Without the help of the detector, a super large machine that was very similar to our King Kaya suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Is that the Overlord? The extremely huge body, the invisible energy aftermath spreading outward, was chilling even if it was hundreds of kilometers away. The whole field is 120 meters, the estimated mass is 1,896 10 to the 27th power. How is it possible? How can there be such an outrageous data? Everyone who heard this value was shocked. With this mass, let alone what kind of power the Overlord possesses, if it falls on the Earth will be shattered. No, this value is the mass of Jupiter. The value detected by the detection system was very outrageous, but Yang Hui immediately reacted. This value is exactly the mass of Jupiter. Without hesitation, Yang Hui immediately enlarged the image of the Overlord and saw that it seemed to be holding something in its hand. Enlarge it again. Isn't that the shrunken Jupiter? Is this the power of the power? Yang Hui's expression was very solemn. If the power of the power can shrink a planet and hold it in its hand, this power cannot be used by anyone no matter what. Yes, that is Jupiter. Suddenly, a beam of light fell in front of the Mecha unit to which Dreki Cruz belonged. In the white ball of light, there was a person, not wearing any aerospace equipment, floating in the universe with his flesh alone. How? How come you are here? Liu Longma exclaimed after seeing the appearance of the newcomer. Longma, do you know him? Yang Hui asked immediately. This was another unknown existence, He was able to move in the universe with his physical body. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Except for his name, I know nothing. Liu Longma did not hide it and told the relationship between himself and Hao. But he seems to be related to Geta. He has intervened in my affairs before. This time, he may also come for me. The King of Tyrants is using his powerful arms to compress the molecular distance of Jupiter. Hao did not care about Liu Longma's hostility, but explained the principle of the current phenomenon to everyone. I see, but how did it do it? Is it the power of the power? What is his purpose? Yang Hui asked a man named Hao in front of him. The overlord in front of us is just an illusion. The real one is preparing to come here through the dimensional gate. Black hole. Yang Hui immediately understood when he heard it. If the mass remains unchanged and the density continues to increase, it will eventually cause gravitational collapse. In this way, the celestial body will turn into a black hole and produce a space-time singularity, and the space-time singularity is the dimensional gate. The Overlord has not yet come to this universe, but it is infinitely compressing Jupiter in an attempt to create a black hole and open the channel between the space it is in and the real universe. This process is by no means completed instantly. The Overlord has been compressing Jupiter for a long time. Why is there no report from the surveillance satellite? Yang Hui questioned Chief Agassen and Yang Longli. I don't know. The information sent by the satellite has always been normal, and the satellite is just an unmanned surveillance satellite. It is impossible to send false information. That satellite, surveillance satellite, has been contaminated. Who? Suddenly, the voice of a strange girl came into Yang Hui's mind. Not only Yang Hui, but everyone present heard her voice. It's Shikongluo. Commander Agassen exclaimed and immediately reported to Yang Hui, Shikongluo is my daughter. She has been able to access the boundary channel that was originally only accessible to super-evolved humans since she was a child, but she has remained in a coma. She will only wake up when receiving specific information, but will soon fall asleep again. That satellite has become a zero body, and a follower of the Overlord. Zero body? Commander Agassen, please explain in detail. Forget it, now is not the time to do this. In other words, the surveillance satellite has been controlled and has been transmitting false information. There is no doubt about this. Yang Hui heard a new name again and wanted to ask clearly, but considering that the Overlord King was right in front of him and would even soon come to this world, it was not the time to chat. It's too late. Everyone will be turned into light. That is, the oath beyond the end. Oath over Omega. 000. We must stop it. Graham. It was too late to explain. Regardless of what these contents represent, the most urgent task is to stop the Overlord from descending into the real universe. Although it is just a phantom, it is unknown whether the attack will work, but it is not Yang Hui's character to do nothing. Understood. Wait, there is a new enemy aircraft response. That is, Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneten, Cut, were about to rush towards the huge Overlord, when suddenly a large number of enemy aircraft identification signals appeared on the radar detection system. They were densely packed, with thousands of them, and they were still increasing rapidly. Database comparison. It's the original Pioneer EI-15. Leon reported nervously, and also conveyed the report to everyone. Zero machine, controlled by the Overlord. Overlord. Dependence. The voice gradually weakened, and then fell into silence, and no new words came. Notify all members of Dreddy crews to immediately start naming the enemy in front of them as Zero machines. There was no need to think about it anymore. The situation on the scene was already very clear, and Yang Hui and the others were also very clear about what they had to do, which was to break through the obstruction of these Zero machines and prevent the Overlord from descending into the real world. The entire army will launch an attack, and each machine will form a team to fight. Char, Amuro, Camus, Lala, Graham, and I will form an assault team to charge the Overlord, and the others will provide fire cover. Understood. Brad, Macros transforms, and the super heavy quantum reaction cannon begins to charge. Fire immediately after charging is complete. Understood. Captain Agathon, please go to Shikonglu's side. If she can provide any information, please convey it to us as soon as possible. I'll go right away. Get on. Understood. Chapter 1349 can't be stopped. Question mark. Don Ersterlin, Creation, took the lead, with its wings spread out while spraying golden GN particles, turning into golden meteors that streaked across the universe. While advancing at high speed, the dense GN particles condensed into countless GN super dragoons at the same time, and the purple-black light gathered at the dark muzzle, erupting with a terrible roar, tearing open several wide roads in the dense enemy aircraft group. Flagabskneten, cut off, following closely behind, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, slashing from time to time, the fiery red energy blade swept through the thousands of troops, and the sharpness of the energy blade did not require Graham to specifically aim at all the enemy aircrafts, Death Star. Without exception, they were cut in half as soon as they came into contact. Char and the others followed closely behind, but they did not follow Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, to rush towards the Overlord. Instead, they stopped at every distance of the passage to block the enemy planes that wanted to close the passage. The terrifying firepower spread out, like a fairy scattering flowers, but every gorgeous, solemn, beautiful, and shy flower was a deadly sickle. The Mist troops of Drestriga and the Londo Bell team of White Fortress immediately deployed their arrays. Each team performed their duties and formed an indestructible fortress, advancing steadily forward. They had experienced several battles where the enemy was numerous and we were few. Countless enemies would no longer make them afraid or nervous. Some were only serious. Even if they grew very fast, in a battle where the number gap between the enemy and us was too large, they still did not have the ability to stand alone, and still could not be the main combat force. They could only rely on their companions around them to form a front line and rely on each other. They could not do what Yang Hui and others did. Numbers did not have any meaning. But there is no doubt that everyone gathered together because of the same aspirations and fought together. No one wanted to fall behind, and no one wanted to be the one who sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. With tacit cooperation, everyone burst out with 200% combat effectiveness, ignited their passion, and would not stop until it was completely burned out. White Fortress is ready to transform. Understood. The Macros attack program is ready. All departments, please pay attention. The Macros attack program will be executed soon. All departments will immediately return to their designated positions. Repeat, the Macros attack program will be executed soon. All departments will immediately return to their designated positions. As Malyazu's notice echoed in the White Fortress, everyone moved, returned to their posts, and fixed their positions. About half a minute later, Malyazu received feedback that everyone on the ship was ready. He reported to Brad without looking back, "Captain, the entire ship is ready. Transform." Understood. Macros attack program activated. On the bridge of Macros, upright fixing devices popped out behind everyone, firmly fixing them in place. Malyazu suddenly pulled up the rudder. At the same time, the White Fortress began to tremble. The huge front deck split from the middle and turned into two thick arms. The deck became the strongest shield. The super-heavy quantum reaction cannon on the lower abdomen of the ship separated from the hull and was firmly grasped by the huge right arm. The back half, including the thrusters, also separated from it and turned into the legs of the steel giant. The bridge formed the head, controlling everything. Horizontal ellipsis. That's the Macros-class battleship. How majestic! Commander Agassiz and others at the Yamaka space watched with their own eyes as the White Fortress in front of them changed from a battleship to a giant robot over 1,000 meters high. Their hearts were shocked. They had never been so shocked before, not even in the 3 solar system wars 10 years ago. Rebel gave GGG very high authority, and he had unimpeded access to the central database. Commander Agassiz and others also looked through all the data of the Promise Corps in detail, including the transformation of the Macros-class battleship, but video records can never compare to personal experience and seeing with your own eyes. Macros-class battleships are such in existence that one can be used as the ultimate weapon of any force. Even if all the resources of the entire force are emptied, it may not be possible to build one. The Promise Corps has dozens of them, not to mention the White Tiger-class attack ships, the Black Tortoise-class shield ships, and the Suzaku-class transport ships that serve as frigates. Even if it is only a quarter-class Macros-class battleship, it is still a Macros-class battleship. However, Commander Agassiz and his companions had no worries and never thought that the Promise Corps had any bad intentions towards the Earth. They only felt excited, and had unparalleled expectations. With such a powerful force, Plan Z would definitely succeed. Transformation completed. All systems operating normally. Mile Yashio reported to Brad after completing the transformation of White Fortress. All weapons systems are online. Missile launch bays number 1 to 15 are loaded with reaction bombs. Missile bays number 6 and 7 are loaded with dimension devourers and are on standby. The rest are all loaded with giant bear, anti-aircraft shotgun shells. Understood. Missile launch bays number 1 to 15 are loaded with reaction bombs. Missile bays number 16 and 17 are loaded with dimension devourers. The heavy beam particle cannon is charging. Charging is complete and it can be fired at any time. The fire coverage area has been planned and transmitted to the MIS troops. The super heavy quantum reaction cannon has begun charging and is expected to be completed in 3 minutes. After receiving one report after another, Brad continued to give orders. Notify the MIS troops to avoid the ship's rays. All have been conveyed. Very good. Brad suddenly untied the restraints of the captain's chair and stood up. He waved his hand majestically and roared together with the White Fortress secondary guns. Except for missile launch bays number 16 and 17, fire all the bombs. As the order was issued, the White Fortress showed the ferocious posture of the ultimate weapon. The doors of the countless missile launch bays on its body were opened. With dazzling flames and billowing smoke, countless missiles poured out like a swarm of bees leaving their nests. The anti-aircraft missiles of the giant bear were like small worker bees guarding the reaction bombs of the strong drones, passing over the heads of the MIS troops and falling on the heads of the enemy troops. The fine and hard-to-see shotgun shells fell into the enemy aircraft group like a storm, and the sound of ding-dong-dong was heard when they fell on the bodies of the enemy aircraft. At the same time, with the sound, countless enemy aircraft armor was destroyed and became fragmented. The drones that had been protected continued to move forward and arrived at the designated location safely. The dazzling incandescence almost blinded people's eyes. The terrifying high temperature melted all the enemy aircraft within the range, and the shock wave swept through with a devastating force. The next second, before the aftermath of the explosion of the reaction bombs subsided, dozens of thick and gorgeous beams began to divide the universe. Wherever they went, there was a gorgeous fireworks festival. All bullets hit. Reload immediately, keep suppressing fire. White Fortress, advance at medium speed. Understood. XN. Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Cut, who were at the forefront, had already arrived in front of the Overlord. Yang Hui did not hesitate at all. Countless GN Super Dragoons surrounded the Overlord. The purple-black wormhole rays fired non-stop, densely packed, like a large net woven by thin threads to cover the Overlord, and then turned into an airtight curtain to wrap up the Overlord. It's not over yet. While the GN Super Dragoons continued to attack, Don Ersterlin, Creation, opened its arms upwards, and rich golden particles swarmed in and gathered between its hands. A wormhole energy ball comparable to the size of the moon was held up by Don Ersterlin, Creation, shrinking little by little, condensing little by little, and finally only the size of a basketball. Graham, be careful not to die. Damn it. Should you say that to me? Graham couldn't help but curse, and destroyed more than a dozen enemy planes that attempted to besiege Don Ersterlin, Creation, and retreated a distance. Don Ersterlin, Creation, threw the basketball in its hand to the Overlord, and at the same time withdrew all GN Super Dragoons, and retreated at high speed, flashed to the side of Flagabskneden, Cut, opened his hands and unfolded a heavy defensive force field, protecting Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Cut. Buzz! The basketball came into contact with a virtual image of the Overlord. There was no deafening explosion, only the sound waves that made the ears pierce and spread in the universe where sound could not be transmitted. The basketball-sized concentrated wormhole energy ball shrank back to the size of a ping-pong ball in an instant, and then suddenly exploded. The black and red ball turned into a huge mouth of the abyss, completely swallowing the virtual image of the Overlord. However, Yang Hui did not relax because of this. Jupiter did not change back, and the enemy plane locked by the mental wave was still intact. Now, when the energy of the wormhole energy ball began to weaken, Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Cut, put on the protective force field at the same time, and rushed into the black and red sphere with swords in both hands, locking on the Overlord and drawing the sword. Dang! Damn it! X2 Whether it was Yang Hui or Graham, they were also horrified while cursing, and their expressions became more and more serious. Not only did the super-concentrated wormhole energy ball not cause any damage to the virtual image of the Overlord, even the high-frequency vibration sword with fold crystal could not break the armor of the Overlord, leaving no trace. Graham could not find any Death Star, and could not activate the ability of cut. The sense of physical contact showed that although the Overlord was only an illusion and had not yet descended into the real universe, it did not mean that it did not exist at all. The Overlord was now between reality and illusion and could be touched. But the tricky thing was that even the feats of Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, could not harm the Overlord. Although the attacks of Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, did not cause any damage, they still attracted the Overlord's attention. One hand continued to hold up the condensed Jupiter, and the other hand slapped Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, like slapping a fly, at such a fast speed that it left an afterimage. This was not the speed that a machine of this size should have. Tisk. Trouble. Erstellen, creation, and Abskneten, cut, retreated at the same time, splitting to the left and right, and attacked the Overlord from different directions. Damn it. Our attacks are completely ineffective. Is there no way to stop it? Graham, focus your attack on the concentrated Jupiter. Aren't you afraid that Jupiter will be destroyed directly? I can't care so much. Understood. Chapter 1350 Evolutionary Man joins the war, 4K. As the first of the 8 planets, Jupiter, the most massive planet in the solar system, will certainly have a devastating impact on the Earth once it is destroyed. Countless foreign meteorites will hit the Earth, followed by large-scale volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis. The creatures on Earth will gradually die and become a lonely dead planet. However, Yang Hui can't care so much now. In order to prevent the Tyrant King from opening the dimensional door and descending into the real universe, he can only target the attack on Jupiter in his hand. All the current means of attack can't hurt the virtual image of the Tyrant King, so he will attack Jupiter. The shrinkage of Jupiter is the key to opening the dimensional door. In the counterattack just now, the Tyrant King did not interrupt the concentration of Jupiter. As long as Jupiter is destroyed, the Tyrant King will not be able to open the dimensional door. Moreover, Yang Hui considered that although Jupiter was condensed and looked so small, it was a real Jupiter. The density increased while the mass remained unchanged, and it was not so easy to be destroyed, so delay time. Slow down or even stop the Tyrant King's behavior of condensing Jupiter. The longer the time, the more time they have to collect data and find a way to stop the Tyrant King. As expected, when the GN Super Dragoon's gun barrel shifted direction and locked onto Jupiter and opened fire, the steady Tyrant King could no longer sit still. He was about to slap the two little flies, Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneten, cut, in front of Jupiter with his arms to block all the wormhole rays. It worked. Yang Hui kept an eye on Jupiter's situation. Just now, Jupiter's concentration rate slowed down by 1.3%. The effect was minimal, but it worked. In the gap between the GN Super Dragoon's attacks, Flagabskneten, cut, was like a nimble fish, wandering in the sea called the universe, easily avoiding the seaweed and reefs called wormhole rays, passing through Tyrant King's protection of Jupiter, and coming in front of Jupiter. Tisk. There's still no Death Star. Is it because it's not completely in the real universe? Graham still couldn't see the fatal Death Star on Jupiter, which had no independent consciousness and was not controlled by the Overlord. However, Graham couldn't care less. Although Flagabskneten, cut, flexibly passed through the fire suppression of Dawn Erstellen, creation, and the protection of the Overlord, Graham didn't dare to be distracted at all. If he was not careful, he would either die under the guns of his companions or be crushed into pieces by the Overlord. Ling. I knew it. Graham cursed, and immediately broke away from the gap between his fingers after failing to score. Jupiter can't be cut. The physical sword with fold crystal is the sharpest blade when the Death Star is not visible. The high-frequency vibration cutting ability is supplemented by the energy amplification of fold crystal. In theory, it is enough to easily cut any existing matter, because the energy amplification of fold crystal is tracked on the space. However, neither Overlord King nor Jupiter was able to move, and there was not even a trace of being cut by a sword, which made Graham believe that it was not that Overlord King and the condensed Jupiter were indestructible, but that they did not completely exist in the real universe. It doesn't matter, your attack worked, and Jupiter's condensation speed was reduced by 2.1% again. Yang Hui's tone was very flat, without any ups and downs. He had entered the transformer state and remained absolutely rational. That's really a huge gain. Graham laughed and scolded. He took such a big risk and originally planned to make a fatal blow, but the result was only a 2.1% slowdown in the condensation speed. If he didn't know that Yang Hui had entered the transformer mode at this moment, he would really think that this was a mockery of him. Keep going if it works, Graham, keep going. Tisk, I was really blinded by my own greed and worked for you. He said he was very disgusted, but his body was still very honest. Flagabskneden, cut, disappeared beside dawn-breaking Erstrelin, creation, and once again moved forward along the gap between the wormhole ray and the Overlord's protection, and launched an attack on Jupiter. However, Yang Hui was helpless because the continuous attacks reduced the concentration rate of Jupiter by 7.9%. No matter how hard they tried, they could not reduce it by another 0.1%. This is the limit. 7.9%, an insurmountable number. Dawn-breaking Erstrelin, creation, even used concentrated wormhole energy balls to bombard it, but it did not move at all. What should I do? This is not a solution. Graham asked Yang Hui anxiously. Calculating. When answering Graham, Yang Hui kept calculating, zero-time difference calculation. No, it should be said that he had never stopped since the beginning, but no matter how many trillions of calculations he performed, he could not find a way to crack it. Damn it. Sir, Lieutenant General, the Super Heavy Quantum Reaction Cannon has been charged and can be fired at any time. At this moment, Brad's shadow appeared beside Yang Hui and Graham through the Siegfried network, and reported to the two. Target locked on the Overlord, fire immediately. Yang Hui ordered. The Super Heavy Quantum Reaction Cannon was the last trump card. After a lot of calculations, the change in the gravitational environment caused by the Super Heavy Quantum Reaction Cannon was enough to twist the gravitational environment around the Overlord into a vortex of storms. Although it has not yet completely descended on the real universe, as long as there is contact, it will definitely be affected. If it doesn't work, the only thing left is the Dimension Devourer who will perish with him. Understood, please leave the ray immediately. As Brad's voice fell, Dawn Erstrelin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, immediately disappeared from the spot, leaving the beam of the Super Heavy Quantum Reaction Cannon at the fastest speed, and retreated a long distance. Buzz! The next second, a purple-red spiral beam roared angrily from the hideous muzzle, and the beast moved forward without stopping, devouring all the enemy planes wherever it went, without stopping, consuming very little energy, like a heavy fist of destruction falling on the body of the Overlord. In an instant, the space visible to the naked eye was violently distorted, and the virtual image of the Overlord was also distorted beyond recognition. It works. The rate of Jupiter's condensation has been reduced by 21.7%. It is indeed related to gravity. After calculation, Yang Hui got the accurate result immediately and ordered, Brad, recharge the Super Heavy Quantum Reaction Cannon and fire directly after recharging. Graham and I will buy time. Understood. Just as Yang Hui and Graham were preparing to drive their beloved planes up again, Sanai Greywall's communication came. Colonel Yang Hui, the Zero robots have been completely wiped out. Okay. Let Char and the others. No, Colonel Yang Hui, that's exactly what I want to say. The situation is not normal. Sanai Greywall's opinion is completely opposite to Yang Hui's. She doesn't think this is a good thing. According to the records of the main system, a total of 2,024 Zero robots were destroyed in this battle, but the information shared by JJG's Commander Agassan shows that the Beiji dependents are definitely more than that. But there are no more reinforcements from the enemy. I suspect. Ding 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 ding. Captain, the Overlord has a high-energy reaction. Leon reported in a panic. Not good. All troops, attack and defend. Damn it. Retreat. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the center of the Overlord. In less than a second, the majestic invisible energy expanded outwards at such a fast speed that it hit Dawn Erstrelin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, in 1 second, and covered the Miz troops, Drestriga, and White Fortress, in the rear in 5 seconds. Ugh. XN was hit by this energy, and everyone was very uncomfortable. The bodies of the Miz troops were damaged. The impact of the energy wave alone caused damage that could not be caused by fierce fighting. Many people's body parts turned red, the system malfunctioned, and some were even directly broken. Several, Rising Sun series, of the Londo Bale team were missing arms and legs. The Dresstrigger was behind the White Fortress, and was the least damaged, because Brad had left the White Fortress next to the Dresstrigger for the sake of caution. When he found something wrong, he immediately closed his two shields and used the maximum output power of the defense field to protect it and the Dresstrigger. Damn it! The machine is out of order. The system is malfunctioning. Request to return to the ship. Who can help me? The machine is out of my control. Those who can move, immediately recover the MIS that has lost its combat effectiveness, quickly. Mitsuha Greywall gave the rescue order without any hesitation. Where are the commander and the vice admiral? Brad gave the same order and began to look for Ersterlin, Creation, and Abskneden, Severance. The rear had suffered a huge impact so far, and Ersterlin, Creation, and Abskneden, Severance, were so close to the Tyrant King, so they must have been seriously damaged. Wait a minute. The radar detection system is being restored. Already restored. Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flag Abskneden, Cut, are alive and well. The machines are alive and well, and Brad and the others are relieved. They are Yang Hui and Graham, and nothing can happen to either of them. At this moment, two meteors flew towards the direction where Dresky Cruz was, and stopped in front of Dresliga and White Fortress. The light dissipated, and everyone was scared and covered their mouths and exclaimed. Dresliga and White Fortress were not in good condition. The majestic, elegant, and holy appearance was gone, replaced by the whole body charred and damaged. Flag Abskneden, Cut, S right leg was only half left, and both arms disappeared. Don Ersterlin, Creation, S wings were broken, and the right arm was floating softly, without any strength, and there were many broken parts all over the body. Mr. Yang Hui. Mr. Graham. Are you alright? We're fine. Yang Hui's voice rang out in the communication channel. The people on the screen also had no injuries, proving that their bodies were only severely damaged, but the pilots were not injured. Colonel Yang Hui, you guys hurry back to the ship, our bodies can still fight. Fiercebird 30 came to the side of Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flag Abskneden, Cut, and was about to protect them and return to Dresliga. No need. Yang Hui shook his head. This kind of damage is very serious for ordinary bodies, but for Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flag Abskneden, Cut. In the stunned expressions of everyone, the emerald green crystals quickly spread from the chest of the body, completely wrapping up the body, and the next second, it shattered, and Don Ersterlin, Creation, and Flag Abskneden, Cut, appeared in front of everyone intact. This. Aggie St. Claus exclaimed, the machine can actually regenerate itself. Question mark. What kind of black technology is this? Question mark. Okay, let's talk about these little things later. Graham, Char, Lara, Amuro, and Camu will escort, and the others will immediately rescue the companions who can't fight. Yang Hui gave the order. Got it. XN the reversal was too fast. Yang Hui and Graham, who thought they were in a huge crisis, were intact in an instant. Char, Lara Singh, Amuro and Camu, who quickly reunited, also had green debris around their machines, and it seemed that they also had the same regeneration ability. Unfortunately, their machines didn't have it, so they could only do as he said. Colonel Yang Hui. At this time, the Yonkai, with arcs and sparks flowing on its surface, came to the side of Don Ersterlin, Creation, and was not seriously damaged. That should be the power of the power. The power of the power. Yes. At this moment, Tian Haigo and Ji Daoji's expressions were very ugly. The power of destruction, except for the power, I can't think of any other power that can do this. We must kill it. Yang Hui's face was cold, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. According to the intelligence, the power is extraordinary and has the power to destroy the universe. Although it has not been studied in detail, from its performance just now, we can get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. It can use such a powerful power. No matter how much it costs, the Tyrant King must be destroyed. Swish. At this moment, the space and the universe not far away suddenly cracked, as if someone had cut a hole from the inside. The space crack is the evolved man. Yang Hui had seen this kind of space crack. When the Earth destroyed the Bionetwork organization, the evolved man took Dr. Sanidis away. This was the space crack that was opened. Sure enough, the next second, 6 evolved men that Yang Hui had seen came, all wrapped in special energy, existing in the universe in the flesh. It's them. Yang Hui's expression was terribly gloomy. Although the evolved man said that they would fight to protect the Earth, Yang Hui was not sure what their purpose was, and he could not trust them with his back. The Overlord King was already a difficult enemy to deal with. If the evolved man got involved at this time and it turned into a 3-way melee, it would be really troublesome. Evolved man Lamia, what is your purpose? Yang Hui turned on the public radio to question the evolved man Lamia, and he and Graham and others were ready for battle. Of course, we are here to defeat the Overlord King. The voice of the evolved man Lamia rang in the minds of Yang Hui and others. Chapter 1351 The Hot Man is back. After answering Yang Hui's question, the 6 evolved people were simultaneously enveloped by dazzling white light. The white light expanded rapidly and transformed into various monster forms, but it did not completely condense into shape. Instead, it merged together, and a huge monster that was not much smaller than the Overlord King appeared in front of everyone. Colonel Yang Hui, Shakong Luo spoke again. She called the monster a heavy armored war cavalry. Commander Agassen connected the communication channel and reported to Yang Hui. Heavy armored war cavalry. The huge monster ignored Yang Hui and others on the side, and began to gather tremendous energy in its chest. The colorful energy torrent gushed out and rushed straight to the Overlord King, bombarding the surface of the Overlord King's body. The virtual image of the Overlord King, which was as stable as a mountain, finally trembled, and even retreated because of the impact of the colorful light. The attack worked. Yang Hui. No, something is wrong. Everyone was ecstatic when they saw this. Finally, there was an attack that could really affect the Overlord. When everyone was ready to seize the opportunity to cooperate with the heavy armored war cavalry to stop the Overlord, Yang Hui immediately discovered something was wrong. The feedback from the detector showed that the speed of Jupiter's condensation not only did not slow down, but was rapidly accelerating. All machines, attack the heavy armored war cavalry, stop them. What? And everyone who was ready to act was shocked and couldn't believe what they heard. It was obviously the heavy armored war cavalry that the evolved humans had combined to cause damage to the heavy armored war cavalry that had been helpless. The evolved humans were consistent in their words and deeds. They were indeed here to deal with the Overlord. Why did they attack them? Their attack is accelerating the speed of Jupiter's condensation. Stop them quickly. Even in an absolutely rational state, Yang Hui's calm tone was full of anxiety. Please wait a moment. Colonel Yang Hui. At this moment, Commander Agassen anxiously stopped Yang Hui from issuing the attack order. Shakong Luo spoke again. The person who passed the information to us through Shakong Luo is someone I am very familiar with. He asked to launch the XF-111 Ghost King fighter in the hangar to the Overlord King. Very familiar? What person? There is no time to waste now, and there is no chance to make mistakes. Although Yang Hui was dissatisfied with Commander Agassen's indiscriminateness, he did not attack the heavy armored war cavalry considering the special nature of Shakong Luo's information. Shakong Luo's consciousness wave frequency will receive the free consciousness waves in space. The person who called me Z is the only one who died 10 years ago. No, it is my uncle who became a spiritual life form, Lion King Lixian. Dr. Lion King Lixian of the old GGG. Yang Hui frowned. Although he had never met him, according to the information in the central database, Lion King Lixian was not only a very outstanding scientist, but also a respectable brave man. He paid the price of losing his body in the war 10 years ago and made a huge contribution to the victory of the war. How can we be sure? Can you bear the consequences of making a mistake? Yang Hui questioned Commander Agassen. I can't be sure, but my uncle is the only one who would call me Z. I can't bear the consequences of failure, but I believe in him. Colonel Yang Hui, please approve. Commander Agassen on the screen bowed 90 degrees and asked Yang Hui. Approved. Within a second, Yang Hui activated a zero-time difference calculation and performed countless calculations. The final result was that there was a glimmer of hope if he followed the instructions of the Lion King Lixian. Graham, Char, Lala, Amuro, Camus, before the XF-111 Ghost King fighter comes into contact with the Overlord, you must protect it. The rest of you must immediately retrieve your companions and return to the ship for maintenance. Thank you very much. Commander Agassiz was very touched and very grateful that Yang Hui agreed to his unreasonable request. This is the best calculation result. Execute it quickly. Understood. It's ready, Daniel. Understood. Ashiyama Suo, who was busy operating on the ejection deck, had completed the automatic navigation program of the XF-111 Ghost King fighter. XF-111 Ghost King fighter, shoot. The black hole is about to form. Graham reminded Yang Hui that with the help of the evolutionary heavy armored war cavalry, the speed of Jupiter's condensation was rapidly accelerated, and the prototype of the black hole had been formed. There was no way to stop it. At this moment, the XF-111 Ghost King fighter launched from the Yamaka space passed by everyone at a very fast speed, rushed into the black hole, and was swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Can I only pray? Even Yang Hui, who maintained the reformer mode, looked very ugly in his absolute rationality. The time has come. At this moment, the evolutionary heavy armored war cavalry stopped attacking the Tyrant King, and the voice of the evolutionary Lamia sounded again in everyone's mind. Time. Get ready for battle. Yang Hui had no doubts. The meaning of the evolved man Lamia should be that the dimensional gate has been opened, and the Overlord is about to descend into the real universe. Although the previous, Dawn Erstellen, creation, Flagabskneten, cut, and even the super-heavy quantum reaction cannon of White Fortress, failed to hurt the Overlord, but according to calculations and the speculation provided by Graham, it should be because of the special state between illusion and reality. There is a special space energy field protecting the Overlord in Jupiter. When it descends into the real universe, it may cause harm to him. Therefore, Yang Hui reminded everyone to be ready. As long as the Overlord descends into the real universe, immediately launch a siege and destroy it here before it has time to do anything. At this moment, all communication channels were forcibly intervened, and a voice that was very unfamiliar to Yang Hui and others, but very familiar to Yan Hui, Gdao Gc, Jiantia and Liu Longma, sounded, I have always believed. I believe that this courageous moment will come. This voice is Colonel Yang Hui, don't attack. Tian Heihu immediately reminded Yang Hui, and even drove the Feng Wenkai to block in front of Dawn Erstellen, creation, fearing that Yang Hui would attack all those who came out of the black hole. With a green light of life, the XF-111 Ghost King fighter swallowed by the black hole broke through the deep darkness and returned to everyone's sight. Could it be? That's right, I can't forget this voice, that man is back. Brother Kai. Yes, that man, just hearing his voice, has the courage to stand up and face any difficulties, the first generation of the old GGG brave, Lion King Kai. Although there are many machines I haven't seen before, the Ghost King fighter was sent to me. Are you all from Earth? Lion King Kai had just returned and couldn't recognize the machines around him. He could only judge from their behavior that they were from Earth and friendly forces. That's right, Brother Kai, I'm Hu, Tian Hai Hu, and Gdao are also here. We are Dreddy Crews and Gusty Global Guard. We came here to welcome you, Brother Kai, to welcome everyone from Gusty Galaxy Guard. If you want to say who is the most excited about the return of Lion King Kai, it must be Tian Hai Hu. 10 years ago, Tian Hai Hu and Lion King Kai had a deep bond. Lion King Kai saved Tian Hai Hu many times, and Tian Hai Hu also helped Lion King Kai many times to clear ordinary people infected by alien metal. The war 10 years ago was also to save him. In the end, only Tian Hai Hu and Gdao G were sent back to Earth. The life and death of all the old GGG members such as Lion King Kai is unknown, which has become a hurdle that Tian Hai Hu can't get over. Who? Is it who? Although Tian Hai Hu's voice was calmer and more mature, Shizi Wang Kai was sure that it was Tian Hai Hu. Your voice is calmer. I feel more mature. No. Now is not the time to talk about this. Everyone present, listen to me. The thing that is overflowing into the real universe is called 000, a kind of energy that opens up the universe and leads it to the end. Details, Shizi Wang Kai. Yang Hui asked immediately. Who are you? Inspector of the Special Independent Force Dreddy Crews of the Earth Federation Army, with the rank of Colonel. Yang Hui introduced himself. Colonel of the Federation Army. I understand. Without a doubt, Shizi Wang Kai did not doubt Yang Hui's identity. Since Tian Hai Hu and Gdao G were both there, the other party must be one of his own. Don't ask why, just ask for courage. I came from the space-time tunnel, which is the wormhole, and 000 is about to pour in from the wormhole. In order to prevent the entire universe from ending, we must first close this open door. How to do it? Yang Hui asked. Before the black hole is formed, no matter how we attack, we can't hurt the Overlord. That's because the power of 000 is protecting it. As long as the Overlord reaches the exit, we can touch it. It's about to come to the real universe. The machine that was eroded by 000, the king of overlords, Overlord Origin. Graham, Char, Lala, Amuro, Camus, get ready. Understood. XN. As soon as the voice fell, unlike the emerald green light of the Lion King Kai's return, a dazzling orange-red light shone from the dot of the black hole, full of the breath of destruction and end. It's coming. Everyone. We have to push this guy back to the other side. In this way, the black hole should be closed. Lion King Kai said to everyone. Do it. Understood. XN, Don Ersterlin, creation, raised his arms again, and the majestic golden particles gathered and concentrated, and were thrown to the location of the Overlord without hesitation. Buzz! The violent energy shock came again. For a moment, the black and red spherical light and the orange-red light brought by the Overlord's arrival intertwined, and the space became extremely unstable, twisting like a snake. Char. Lala. Understood. X2 completed the attack of the concentrated wormhole energy ball. Lala Xin immediately deployed the essence wave force field, connecting herself, Char and Yang Hui together. In the consciousness space, countless GN Super Dragoons opened fire, and the purple-black wormhole rays only flashed at the muzzle, but the rays themselves disappeared. The next second, they appeared out of thin air around the Overlord, surrounded it, and the purple-black curtain wrapped it up again. Chapter 1352, Fighting Against the Overlord. What on earth happened? The attacks of Don Ersterlin, creation, and other machines shocked Lion King Kai so much that he was speechless for a while. He had no idea what was going on. Obviously, the MIS technology of the Earth Federation Army was very backward. How could they easily use such a powerful feat? Brother Kai. The Fang King Kai came to the side of the Ghost King fighter, ready to protect Lion King Kai and the Ghost King fighter and return to Drestriga, or White Fortress. Go. What on earth happened? How could the Federation Army? Brother Kai, you have been missing for 10 years. A lot of changes have taken place in these 10 years. It's hard to explain in a short time. Gideo and I will send you to Drestriga first, and then join the battle. Colonel Yang Hui and others are on the front line. 000's conspiracy will definitely be stopped. Tian Hako said. 10 years? Forget it, you're right. Now is not the time to talk about this. Don't worry about me. Do you have a usable machine? I won't back down. We'll send you back to Drestriga first. Brother Kai can drive the Fang King Kai. That's not necessary, Kai. Uncle Z? Is that Uncle Z? The Lion King Kai asked in surprise. It's me. Chief Agasson on the screen nodded. I'll shoot out the spare King machine now. Is that okay with you? No problem, please, Uncle Z. Okay. Daniel. Understood. King machine. Shoot. The Yamaka space in the back once again ejected 3 machines of different shapes, including a train and a drill car. All rushed towards the Ghost King fighter. Approve the ultimate fusion. Understood. The ultimate fusion program. Start. Alidad the Yamaka space raised his arm and slammed the red button on the console. The 3 King units and the Ghost King fighter began to change. When combined together, the new brave king once again showed his majestic figure. My king's on Yam. Gao Figer. The king of heroes, returns. Lion King Kai, you're back. At this time, the voice of the evolved man Lamia sounded in the mind of Lion King Kai. Is that, the evolved man? Having just returned to the real universe, he was anxious to stop the invasion of the Overlord in 000 into the real universe, and was shocked by the powerful destructive power of the machines such as Don Ersterlin, creation. It was not until now that Lion King Kai noticed the existence of the evolved man. It seems that they also came here to fight the Overlord. Gideo explained. In that case, then they are not enemies. Lion King Kai hesitated. He and the evolved man had a bad relationship. They had fought many times 10 years ago, but there were also times when they fought side by side. Brother Kai, let's go. Let the 2 hero kings defeat the Overlord together. Amami shouted excitedly. His most admired brother was right beside him. At this moment, Amami had endless courage and strength. Okay. Let's go. Protect. Jissi. This is our mission, the mission of people with courage. The King of Fang's Kai and the King of War attacked at the same time. The fierce flames brought huge thrust, pushing the King of Fang's Kai and the King of War to the most intense battlefield. At this moment, the evolved man heavy armored war riders on the other side did not immediately join the battle, but looked at the heroic back of the King of War. Well, Lamia, I said, do you really not need to care? The evolved man Luhan, who was dressed in Oriental style, asked the leading Lamia. We have to fight that person, but now. We must first eliminate those who carry the spirit of Akatsuki, eliminate the Overlord. Before the evolved man Lamia finished speaking, the evolved man Lay dressed as a bard said. Well, that's true. The evolved man Luhan accepted the evolved man Lay's persuasion. Now we have to protect our hope, and the hope of mankind. The evolved man Lamia said, and then the evolved man heavy armored war riders turned into a meteor and joined the battlefield at a very fast speed. Horizontal ellipsis. Lion Fang, Fang King Kai, evolution human heavy armored warrior, the others were still rescuing their companions or returning to Drestriga and White Fortress to repair their machines. Only these three machines participated in the battle. Yang Hui immediately contacted them. Lion King Kai, go, and evolution human, follow my command. Although there was only one enemy, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and other machines did not hold back at all, especially Dawn Ersterlin, creation. The wormhole energy ball, quantum reaction cannon and wormhole ray did not stop. Even if Graham wanted to drive, Flagabskneden, cut, to rush in close, he would have to take a great risk. Char, Lara Sin, Amuro and Kamui could only assist in the battle. If our King Fang King Kai and evolution human heavy armored warrior rushed into the battlefield rashly, they would probably die under the attack of friendly forces, which would be a drag on Yang Hui and others. Understood, Colonel Yang Hui, we will obey your orders. Tianhe answered first without waiting for Lion King Kai and the evolved man to speak. He couldn't control the evolved man, but Lion King Kai would definitely take his feelings into consideration. Moreover, when Tianhe thought of Lion King Kai's fighting style that did not care about his own cost, he couldn't let Lion King Kai do whatever he wanted. I understand, I will obey your orders. Lion King Kai originally intended to refute, but Tianhe's first answer affected him. He had heard that the Earth Federation army should have undergone considerable changes in the past 10 years, and he really needed to know more about the current situation. No problem. On the other side, the evolved man Lamia also sent a word of agreement, which caused the evolved man Luhan to be a little dissatisfied. Lamia, is it really okay? If we don't do it, we will be regarded as enemies, and the top priority is to defeat the tyrant king. The evolved man Lamia replied. With such a powerful saturation attack, even we are helpless, right? Evolved man Lay reminded evolved man Luhan to look at the attack of Dawn Ersterlin, creation. The fully saturated concentrated attack was also powerful. If he rushed over rashly, it would be difficult to get close to the Overlord, let alone defeat him. Tisk, what a hassle. Evolved man Luhan was unhappy, but he could see the facts clearly. Now, Graham, go, Lion King Kai, Lamia, assault and fight. 1 minute later, retreat 100 kilometers. At this time, the fierce attack of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, paused, and the saturation attack stopped as if it had never happened. Yang Hui immediately gave the order. Understood. X3 received the order and had the opportunity to get close again. Flagabskneden, cut, my King War Fang King Kai and evolved man heavy armor war cavalry rushed up without hesitation, either swinging their fists, cutting with their light wheels, or slashing with their swords, all of which fell on the Overlord's body. Sure enough, because it has not completely descended, your Death Star is now extremely dazzling. Graham finally saw the existence of the Death Star in his sight, spiritual flame slash. The fiery red fighting spirit wrapped around the sharp blade in his hand, and he slashed it down with the force of splitting Huishan Mountain, accurately hitting the Death Star on the chest of the Overlord. However, the determined blow did not cause the expected fatal damage to the Overlord as it was expected, but easily broke through the invisible force field that wrapped around the Overlord, and slashed down on the chest of the Overlord, leaving a shallow cut mark, and the charred black burned by the fighting spirit flame. Tisk. the defensive force field that was not completely blasted open by the saturation attack. Graham cursed, and then drove the Flagabskneten cut to retreat rapidly. The next second, the palm of the Overlord slapped the original position. At this time, the evolved man-heavy armored war knight was ready. The spiritual wave gravitational energy ball on his chest was ready. The moment the Overlord opened his hand, it shot out and landed on the Overlord's chest, at the location of the cut mark just made by Flagabskneten cut. Buzz! A violent gravitational wave erupted, and space was distorted again. With the cut mark as the source, dense cracks began to spread, and small fragments flew, and then were crushed into powder in the chaotic gravitational field. Guard! Let's use heaven and hell at the same time. Dig out Galio's black box and G-stone. Okay. Two forces merge, full energy. X2 heaven and hell. X2 at this moment, King Warfang and King Gai's left arms were wrapped in golden light, and their right arms were wrapped in pink light. The two opposite energies collided as their hands closed, and finally merged together. King Warfang and King Gai simultaneously erupted in a strong electromagnetic storm, wrapping up the Overlord. One in front and one behind, they rushed towards the chest and back of the Overlord with their fists closed. HAA. It was the origin bolt that exploded and spread us apart. Gideoji said while trying to endure the pain of the impact. It happened at this time. Try again after a failure. Ignite your courage and be fearless. My King Zanya, Feng Wankai, retreat immediately. At this moment, the Lion King Kai's courageous outburst was interrupted by Yang Hui, and the order came again. But retreat quickly, the shock wave is coming soon. Yang Hui warned Lion King Kai, because at this moment, the orange-red light on the King of Tyrant's body flashed, as if gathering, waiting for the moment of explosion. No. It happened at this time. Brother Kai. Retreat quickly. No problem. Lion King Kai was not a person who would ignore everything when his brain was hot. He sensed that the danger was coming and knew best how terrible the power of 000 was. He immediately controlled my King Zanya and Fang Wenkai to retreat. At this moment, the terrible shock wave broke out again. Boom. Chapter 1353, Fortune and Disaster. The mighty energy swept through everything again. The closest King Warfang and Fang King Kai did not even have time to be stunned. The energy impact had already arrived in front of them. With a solemn and nervous expression, a thin layer of light curtain wrapped King Warfang and Fang King Kai. The next second, the huge force threw King Warfang and Fang King Kai out, and they rolled for several kilometers before they stabilized. The thin light curtain disappeared, and the surface of the body was slightly damaged. Electric arcs jumped everywhere, and the body parts were mainly yellow and red. The alarm in the cockpit kept ringing. This is. Lion King Kai was shocked that King Warfang was only slightly injured, and the thin light curtain that suddenly appeared just now was definitely not his illusion. It's Colonel Yang Hui, Tianhai said, and looked nervously at the location of Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and other machines. As expected, Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and other machines were hit again. Although it was not as serious as the first time, the machines were also damaged to a certain extent. Colonel Yang Hui. Are you okay? No. Yang Hui's voice appeared in the communication channel, calm but powerful, and there was no sign of injury at all. Colonel Yang Hui, you saved us just now. Lion King Kai asked worriedly. If the injury was caused by saving him, even the brave king who was always full of courage would feel guilty. Remember to obey orders next time, don't hesitate for a second. Yang Hui reminded Lion King Kai that my King Zanya and Yao and Kai had the opportunity to retreat, but Lion King Kai hesitated. It was this moment of hesitation that caused their machines to be severely damaged, and they were about to lose the ability to fight. My King Zanya can still fight. Colonel Yang Hui, you should retreat first. We will take care of the Overlord. Seeing that the machines like Dawnbreaker were seriously damaged, Lion King Kai wanted to let them return to the ship. But Yang Hui's calm voice and the magical emerald green crystals once again enveloped the machines like Dawnbreaker, causing the unfinished words to get stuck in Lion King Kai's throat. The machine has regenerated? Could it be the alien metal? Lion King Kai's memory still stayed in 10 years ago. In his impression, the only thing that could regenerate itself so quickly was the alien metal. Brother Kai, no, that's not the alien metal. Tianhe who quickly reminded Lion King Kai. Really? Yes, a lot of things happened in the 10 years you were missing. Okay, I get it, But this is not the time to talk about this. Colonel Yang Hui can still fight, and we can definitely stop Tyrant King. No. It's trying to escape. At this moment, Lion King Kai saw that the black hole behind Tyrant King suddenly expanded and turned into a huge mouth of the abyss, about to swallow Tyrant King. This was not their credit. Lion King Kai determined that Tyrant King was trying to escape. He reacted quickly and wanted to step forward to stop Tyrant King, but someone was faster than him. Want to leave? Have you asked me before? With Graham's shouts and yells, Flagabskneden, cut off, has already reached the top of Overlord's head. He clasped his hands together at his waist, and the majestic fighting spirit condensed between his hands, interweaving with the purple-black wormhole energy. School. Dongfang Bubei. Stone-breaking. Heaven-shocking fist. Unlike the traditional, stone-breaking heaven-shocking fist, which condenses fighting spirit and energy into a fist-like energy bomb, Graham's stone, heaven-breaking fist, turned into a spear of judgment, and the sharp blade fell straight on Overlord's face, trying to pierce it from top to bottom, but it touched the invisible defense field and advanced slowly. At the same time, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, also arrived, and a black and red concentrated energy ball was held in the palm of his hand. As the palm moved, it was directly pasted on Overlord's face by Dawn Ersterlin, creation. The zero-distance explosion of the wormhole energy ball appeared again. Boom! The invisible defense field was finally broken, and the wormhole energy ball of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and stone-breaking fist of Flagabskneden, cut, touched the Overlord at the same time, causing a violent explosion, which not only enveloped the Overlord, but also swallowed Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut. Colonel Yang Hui. Mr. Graham. Sing, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut, attacking at all costs. King Warfang and Fang King Kai were anxious to help, but Nightingale transfer, transmission, and aim induction, flashed and appeared beside King Warfang and Fang King Kai to stop them. Don't go, Yang Hui and Graham are fine. Char said to Lion King Kai, Tian Hago and Ji Dao Ji. But, look, they're coming. While the three of them were in disbelief, two meteors had already broken through the blockade of the explosion and landed in front of them. They were Dawn Ersterlin, creation, and Flagabskneden, cut. Arcs and sparks danced on the surface of the aircraft. They looked a little embarrassed, but the damage was not serious. Boss, did you kill it? Amuro and Camille also drove their own aircraft to join them and asked. Mr. Amuro, you can't ask that. Camille complained, although he wanted to ask the same question. No, it escaped. Yang Hui shook his head with an ugly expression. He didn't expect that it would escape in the end. But he was embarrassed, but also a little satisfied, because it didn't escape intact. Huh? XN as the light of the explosion gradually faded, everyone found that the Tyrant King had indeed disappeared, but his head and left arm remained, floating in the universe's space junk. Great! Colonel Yang Hui. Although the Tyrant King escaped, it was severely damaged. Lion King Kai shouted in surprise. Tyrant King is very strong, stronger than you can imagine. With the energy blessing of 000, he theoretically has unlimited energy. Even without any moves, he can destroy an army with a terrible shock wave, and a defensive force field that seems fragile but has an unimaginable defense. In the first contact, he was able to leave its head and an arm. This result is enough to bring courage and hope to everyone. Amuro, Camus, immediately recover the head and arm of the Tyrant King. Yang Hui ordered. Understood. X2MR. Kai, evolutionary, is there any way to close the black hole? Can Jupiter be restored? Yang Hui asked Lion King Kai evolutionary. The escape of Tyrant King does not mean that there is no threat here. According to the detection system, Jupiter still exists here, but it has become a black hole. If left alone, the black hole is likely to expand infinitely and eventually swallow the entire solar system. Even if the black hole can be closed, the disappearance of Jupiter will have a serious impact on the Earth. I hope to close the black hole and restore the existence of Jupiter at the same time. Don't do anything. The voice of evolutionary Lamia sounded in everyone's mind. Sure enough, the next second, the detection system issued a rapid alarm, and the gravitational environment changed dramatically. Yang Hui and others did not dare to hesitate, and immediately pulled our King Fang King Kai and evolutionary heavy armored war cavalry back. Amuro and Kamui also recovered the head and arms of the Overlord King at the first time, and retreated at the maximum speed, leaving the area of abnormal gravity. Don't worry. As the voice of evolutionary Lamia fell, the black hole suddenly shrank and became smaller, the disk turned into a dot, closed and disappeared, and the source of the black hole, Jupiter, also became extremely huge again, showing in front of everyone. Jupiter is back. Yang Hui frowned. This situation has exceeded the scientific common sense he knows. Yes, Colonel Yang Hui. Lion King Kai explained to Yang Hui, when King Tyrant escaped, Jupiter lost the control of 000, so it recovered. It's hard to understand. Yang Hui shook his head. Super systems, especially high-level super systems, always refreshed his common sense and cognition again and again. But the purpose of this mission has been achieved, and even exceeded. Graham's shadow appeared beside Yang Hui, and together with Yang Hui, he moved his eyes to my King's Anya. The original purpose of this mission was just to investigate Jupiter, to prepare for the implementation of Z-Plan, and to prepare to welcome back the old GGG's brave team. Unexpectedly, the investigation has not yet begun, and the brave king, Lion King Kai, has returned safely. Good fortune and bad fortune depend on each other. Yang Hui exited the transformer state inside. Although the brave king returned safely, the one who returned with Lion King Kai was not the other members of the old GGG, but the super powerful enemy King Tyrant. The whereabouts of the other members are still unknown. Colonel Yang Hui, thank you very much for your help. After confirming that the battle was over, Lion King Kai expressed his gratitude to Yang Hui. He would not be afraid of the Tyrant King. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would have the courage to face it. However, there was still the possibility of a hard fight or even failure. Without the help of Yang Hui and others, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a Tyrant King alone. It's my duty, Mr. Kai. As a soldier of the Federation, it is my duty to protect the Earth and mankind and defeat all enemies that threaten the Earth and mankind. It seems that a lot of changes have really taken place in the past 10 years. Lion King Kai sighed. 10 years ago, the Earth Federation Army was not like this. Although there were honest soldiers in the Federation Army, they were too few. After returning to Drestriga, I will give you authority. Hu and Jesse will help you fill the gap of 10 years. Thank you very much. Next. Tyrant King has escaped, and Jupiter has returned to its original appearance, but it does not mean that there is no threat here. Everyone's attention is on the Evolved Man Heavy Armored War Cavalry. Evolved Man. Everyone had mixed feelings about the Evolved Man, especially King Kai. If they were here to deal with Overlord, now that Overlord had fled, they had no reason to stay, but Evolved Man Heavy Armored Cavalry had no intention of leaving at this moment. Instead, they faced Dreddy Cruz, their eyes falling on my King's Anya and Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation. What should we do? Should we kill them? Graham asked. He had already locked onto the Death Star of the Evolved Man Heavy Armored Cavalry, ready to go. Yang Hui shook his head, controlled Dawnbreaker Ersterlin, creation, to move forward a distance, and stood opposite the Evolved Man Heavy Armored Cavalry. Thank you very much for your help, Evolved Man. We are not helping you, travelers from another world. The voice of Evolved Man Lamia rang in everyone's mind. Our goal is only to defeat Overlord and prevent the end of the universe, but you are very strong, stronger than we can imagine. Maybe we have a common enemy. Overlord appears again, the dream will definitely arrive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1354 Spiritual Symbol. So, you are not from this world. Yes. You are not the Amuro and Char I know. Yes. X2 Lion King Kai accepted Yang Hui's invitation and joined Dreddy Cruz to fight together with everyone. For the peace of the Earth and mankind, he never minded fighting other enemies except the alien fusion people. Anyone who tried to destroy peace was his enemy. But with the help of Dion Hago and Gideo Jimi, he checked the various data in the central database and found it difficult to accept the changes in the past 10 years. It is really hard for King Kai to imagine that 10 years ago, he and his old GGG companions were expelled and paid a huge price to save the Earth and mankind, But their efforts only brought a small return. Wars continued for 10 years. After the end of the one-year war between the Federation Army and Zeon, the Delaz Rebellion broke out again, and then the Federation split internally. The Titans and AEUG started the Grimps War. After that, Neo-Zeon came back, and the Neo-Zeon War and the Second Neo-Zeon War broke out one after another. After the end, there was the Laplace Rebellion. During this period, other forces also caused unrest around the world. Only in the 10th year was there a year of peace. Can you imagine how expensive peace is in these 10 years? How many people's extravagant hope is it? Just 1 year of peace is called the Year of Miracles. King Kai of Lion had no objection to the fact that Yang Hui and others were visitors from another world, and that the Promise Corps that now controlled the Earth Federation were all visitors from another world. He did not have much good feelings towards the Earth Federation, and the Promise Corps was truly committed to the safety of the people and the peace and stability of the world, and was fighting hard for it. Wasn't this better than the Earth Federation on the mainland? But, looking at the familiar, but very unfamiliar Amuro in front of him, King Kai of Lion was still very emotional. Once upon a time, the 16-year-old young boy had just stepped onto the battlefield. His arrogance and willfulness made many people distressed, but his strong fighting power was everyone's pillar and support. He was forced to take on such a big responsibility and mission, and was drawn into the vortex of war. And now, a battle-hardened, iron-blooded and resolute soldier was standing in front of him. Apart from the similar appearance, it was difficult to combine him with the Amuro he knew. And Char, the Red Comet, of the Principality of Zeon, had fought for the people and had been crazy. Now, he simply merged with the people of another world and fought for the people and the peace of the world again. You guys didn't become people from another world, did you? Shishi Wankai looked at Jian Ti and Liu Longma and asked. I don't remember you being the kind of person who likes to make such jokes. Liu Longma punched Shishi Wankai unhappily. There was no doubt that the Shishi Wankai in front of him was the real person and not a fake, but this joke coming from Shishi Wankai's mouth was not quite appropriate. In the hearts of Liu Longma and Jian Ti, Shishi Wankai was a person as dazzling as the sun, enthusiastic, brave, sunny, and very sincere to everyone and everything. He would respect even his enemies and recognize opponents, and would save those who could be saved even at the cost of his life. There's no way. The change is too big. Even I can't accept it right away. Shishi Wankai smiled frankly. I understand. Ken Tetsuya, Ryan Rima, Amamigo and Kato all felt the same way. Not to mention the blank 10 years of Lion King Kai, they spent a lot of time to adapt to the Promise Corps. Although the Promise Corps was hundreds or thousands of times better than the former Earth Federation, it was an outsider after all. The fact that an outsider controlled their own world, normal people would need to slow down. Mr. Kai? Hello. Hello. My name is Tomo Nagayuta. Can you please sign an autograph? Hello, Mr. Kai, I'm Shido Hikaru, I admire you very much. I'm Ryuzaki Kai, nice to meet you, Mr. Kai. Hello, Mr. Kai, I'm Hao Jifu. Mr. Kai, I'm Hitachi Aizu, you've always been my idol. Including Tomo Nagayuta, Hitachi Aizu, Shido Hikaru and other younger members all gathered around Lion King Kai, surrounded him in the middle, and looked at him with admiration. 10 years ago, they were all still children, and even Tomo Nagayuta was just born, but 10 years later, they are still teenagers who grew up listening to the stories of the brave king. Even if they are not teenagers like Tomo Nagayuta and Hitachi Aizu who want to be heroes, there are still many who look up to Lion King Kai as the greatest hero. Now the brave king who only exists in the story is standing in front of them alive, of course they have to get in touch with him. Oh? Are there still so many teenagers in Dreddy Cruise? Yes. I'm very happy to see that everyone is full of courage to face the strong enemy. Although Lion King Kai was surprised that so many teenagers, even 10-year-old children, appeared in the army, he was relieved when he thought that Bian Heimeo was about the same age and helped the old GGG to clear the alien machine fusion people. Don't you want to chat? Graham nudged Yang Hui with his elbow. The two of them had been watching from the edge for a long time as spectators. Generally, when there are new members joining Dreddy Cruise, both Yang Hui and Sanai Greywall will greet them as soon as possible. Let them talk more. The symbolic significance of the brave king is more important to this army. Yang Hui smiled and answered Graham. It is true that the brave king, Lion King Kai and my King Zhang Ye are among the top of the super system, but in terms of combat power, The current, Drestriga, is not the top. Both Yang Hui and Graham have the ability to kill him instantly. No matter how he shouts courage, it is useless. Moreover, Drestriga has always been in an awkward situation of combat power. In small-scale battles, Drestriga has a serious excess of combat power. In large-scale battles or encountering super-powerful enemies of the level of the Overlord King, except for the 6 successfully awakened Dawn series, they can only play a supporting role. So just considering the combat power, the return of Lion King Kai is not that important. But in Yang Hui's view, Lion King Kai's symbolic significance is greater than combat power, and it is far beyond. Look at the young men in front of them. How much they admired Lion King Kai. Even the older generation of Kintetsu and Ryuma were deeply influenced by Lion King Kai 10 years ago. The same is true for Kabuto Koji on Earth. As heroes who saved the Earth, they all received help and encouragement from Lion King Kai. Without Lion King Kai, they would not have grown to where they are today. Therefore, the joining of Lion King Kai is a shot in the arm for Drestriga. It can also replace Yang Hui or Mitsuha Greywall and become a new core to bring everyone together. Colonel Yang Hui. Mitsuha Greywall also brought Reynold Harding to the hangar. Originally, he also planned to have a good contact with Lion King Kai, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he made the same choice as Yang Hui. Captain Mitsuha, have you arranged everything? Yang Hui asked Mitsuha Greywall. This was definitely the worst damage since the Dreki cruise set sail. Including the Londo Bell team of the White Fortress, almost all the MIS units were paralyzed. Except for the 5 Dawn series with regenerative capabilities, all of them needed major repairs. The 3 demons with life, such as Rias, also needed time to recover. This also caused Dreki crews to need a certain amount of time to rest, especially the time for body repairs and the need for spare parts. Everything has been arranged. The supply of related materials will be the responsibility of GGG. Commander Agassen said that Lion King Kai has returned, and the Overlord King has also descended on the real universe. There is no need to stay at the Yamaka base any longer. You can leave after rearranging the observation equipment. They will return to the GGG orbital base with us. Mitsuha Greywall said. Well, after we finish resupplying at the GGG orbital base, we will land on Earth and head to Phnom Penh. That's what I thought, too. Sanai Greywall nodded. If it weren't for the fact that Dreki crews had suffered serious damage in this battle and needed to be resupplied and rested, Sanai Greywall would have been impatient to go directly to Phnom Penh. Phnom Penh, what did you sense? Yang Hui asked Sanai Greywall seriously. I don't know. Sanai Greywall shook her head, looked at Yang Hui, and took the initiative to show herself to him, telling him that she was not lying. I just have a feeling that there is something in Phnom Penh that we have to go to. And we will get great benefits if we go there, but I have no basis to prove that this feeling really exists. It's just an ethereal feeling. Well, I know. Yang Hui kept staring at Sanai Greywall's eyes, and his mental wave also kept wrapping around Sanai Greywall, so he could be sure that she was not lying. Thank you very much for your understanding, Colonel Yang Hui. What happened before? There's no need to apologize, Captain Sanai. Yang Hui interrupted Sanai Greywall. Because Yang Hui had no intention of accepting her apology, nor did he think she needed to apologize, because Sanai Greywall did those things because she was influenced by an unknown existence. Although Sanai Greywall was not innocent, an apology now was meaningless. If an apology was really needed, it would not be too late to apologize after Yang Hui found out and killed the unknown existence that influenced her. Colonel Yang Hui, Okay, Captain Mitsuha. Mitsuha Greywall wanted to explain something, but Yang Hui interrupted him immediately. To be honest, the students in front of him were influenced and went against him. Yang Hui felt guilty and more angry. Now we have the same goal, just do our respective jobs well. I understand. Okay, adjust your state, the brave man is coming. At this time, the Lion King Kai had the most basic contact and understanding with the people of Drestriga, and saw Yang Hui and Mitsuha Greywall waiting on the side, so he said goodbye to everyone and walked towards them. Colonel Yang Hui. It's me. Nice to meet you, Lion King Kai. Thank you very much for your help. You are a powerful hero. You are too kind. I am just doing my best to fulfill my military duties. This is really your greatness. Lion King Kai seemed to be flattering, but he was speaking from the heart. He was not the kind of person who liked commercial propaganda. After chatting with Yang Hui for a few words, he looked at Sanai Wale. You are Captain Sanai, right? I am Sanai Wale, the captain of Drestriga. Welcome home, Mr. Lion King Kai. Thank you. Then, I think we need to talk. Lion King Kai said to Yang Hui and Sanai Wale with a serious expression. My pleasure. Chapter 1355. The next target, Phnom Penh. What? Only one day has passed. Sanai Wale was surprised. Yes, for me, sending Jideo on the escort back to the solar system was just a day ago. At first, I thought a black hole connected to the future 10 years later. Lion King Kai also felt very dreamy. In a blink of an eye, Tian Hako and Liu Longma, who should have called him brother and uncle, were older than him. Many familiar faces were either more mature or older. Time. Yang Hui kept thinking. Everything about black holes was too mysterious. Research on black holes has never stopped, but everything is just in the speculation stage. Very little specific research data has been obtained. There have always been a lot of speculations about black holes, and the most common one is time. According to theoretical speculation, when the speed exceeds the speed of light, you can travel through time, either back to the past or back to the future, and even the speed of light cannot escape the swallowing of a black hole, so scientists have always speculated that the other end of the black hole is the past, or the future, or the origin of time, or the end of time. So whether you traveled from 10 years ago to 10 years later, or the speed of time flowing in the black hole is different, this cannot be concluded. Even the Promised Legion can't study black holes thoroughly. Asked Sanai Wale. In her eyes, a world that can connect more than a dozen worlds, including one that realizes interstellar travel, should have very advanced science and technology. It can't be done. Yang Hui shook his head. The technological level of the Promise Corps is indeed several levels higher than that of the Mobile Suit Gundam 30 world, but it is not omnipotent. No known technology can reach the speed of light, or even exceed the speed of light. Even the sublight speed is far from the speed of light. Moreover, with the current sublight technology, it takes a lot of time to truly accelerate to sublight speed, so sublight speed is also a theoretical name. From the information I have seen, hasn't a Macros-class battleship achieved ultra-long-distance jump? Lion King Kai asked. There is a big difference. Yang Hui knew that Lion King Kai did not understand scientific research, and did not understand the principles of various technologies. Jumping is not just about sublight speed and light speed. The Legion now has two kinds of jumping technologies, one is quantum jump, and the other is fold wave jump. But no matter which one, it does not rely on speed to jump. The working principle is similar to wormholes, that is, opening a door between two spaces and opening a special channel. In this channel, the speed of advancement will be accelerated, and the original distance will be greatly shortened. I see, I am abrupt. Yang Hui's metaphor is still quite vivid, allowing Lion King Kai to simply understand the difference between jump technology and his understanding. These things are not important. What's important is that I want to know what happened to you. Yang Hui asked Lion King Kai. Regarding the event of the expulsion of the old GGG from the solar system, even the records in the central database are very few, not to mention that after they left the solar system, they cut off contact with the Earth. Except for sending Dianhaihu and G-Dog back at the end, there was no contact, so no one knew what happened at that time. Even the information provided by Dianhaihu and G-Dog was very obscure, intermittent and incomplete. No problem, we GGG. Gusty Galaxy Guard fought against Sol 11 in the triple solar system and won, but the dimensional gate connecting to our solar system at that time, Comet Galilea, suddenly disappeared, but fortunately there were still 2 ES missiles left on the J-Arc at that time. As long as we use the power, we can definitely send these 2 missiles to Jupiter, so, we finally chose to send Ho and G-Dao back to the solar system. Because they are children. Mitsuha Greywale asked, this is indeed in line with the practice of a hero. That's part of the reason, but we also decided to gamble on an uncertain possibility. Uncertain possibility. My King Kai-Shu-on is the legacy of the Green Star, the hometown where he was born. There are still some functions that have not been fully analyzed, and one of them is the tool machine Galilea channel. As long as we can control the Galilea channel, we can recreate the Galilea comet and reopen the dimensional gate. Failed. Yang Hui didn't think that the plan of Lion King Kai and others was successful, otherwise, Lion King Kai and other members should come back together, And they never encountered the Overlord King from beginning to end. Yes. Lion King Kai nodded with a disappointed expression. We did succeed in recreating the Galileo comet and opening the dimensional gate, but we couldn't fully control it. While praying to return to the solar system, we set the gate to the distant future and rushed in, and then, we arrived at the orange site. Orange site? What is that? Sanigre asked. That is a concept proposed by the latest cosmology. Yang Hui explained to Sanigre on behalf of Lion King Kai. This was a paper he had read not long ago. The content was very interesting and indeed very valuable for research, so he was deeply impressed. Before and after the Big Bang, there existed a cosmic egg, which contained energy that could form a universe. Simply put, it was the core of the expansion and contraction of the Big Bang. After the explosion, an entire universe was formed, and after the contraction, the universe came to an end, and then the next cosmic egg exploded, and the cycle continued. Such a place actually exists. Sanigre was very shocked that there was such a saying, but at the same time he was also very confused. But how do you know that place is the orange site? My father told me. Lion King Kai replied. Dr. Lion King Lixian. XN. According to the information provided by Commander Agassiz, Dr. Lion King Lixian, one of the top 10 brains in the world, 10 years ago, unfortunately died on Jupiter 10 years ago. Yang Hui began to recall and share the information with others, but this is only on the surface. In fact, Dr. Lion King Lixian has become a spiritual life form because of the power and has remained in the Jupiter universe. It is because of this that GGG's Shakonglu often receives Dr. Lixian's consciousness waves. The power is incredible. Sanigre exclaimed. And the orange site is a place full of this incredible energy. My father calls it the oath of beyond the end, oath, over, omega, which is 000. In the story told by King Kai, Yang Hui gradually understood what kind of existence the power was. According to the existence of the above-mentioned cosmic egg in orange site, due to some reasons, the cosmic egg that King Kai and his friends saw had a tiny dimensional crack. The so-called 000 is the energy overflowing from the dimensional crack, and this crack just leads to Jupiter, which is the source and true face of the power. As for the Overlord and the Overlord's followers, there is also a saying that the entire universe will turn into light. Although 000 is pure energy without thoughts, it is the energy leaked from the cosmic egg, which naturally represents the will of the cosmic egg, that is, the universe will inevitably go to extinction, so the life forms and machines eroded by it are instilled with the idea of guiding the universe to extinction. At this point, the Overlord and the Overlord's followers were born. According to the important information provided by Dr. Lion King Lixian and relayed by Lion King Kai, the technology used by Yu to send Amami Mamoru to Earth when he was very young was to use dimensional cracks. Therefore, it was inevitable for Lion King Kai and his team to arrive at the orange site, because the cosmic egg was the only way back to Earth. However, the technology used by the 11 wandering star lords to repair the triple solar system indirectly expanded the dimensional cracks. If the energy was allowed to burst, the history of the universe would be compressed into a moment, so everyone decided to stay to repair the cracks and push the energy back. As a result, they failed. Except for Lion King Kai, everyone was eroded by 000 and turned into the Overlord. The reason why Lion King Kai was able to survive was that he was unfused and sent away by Galileo, the super AI lion robot that sent Amami Mamoru to Earth when he was a baby, just before he was eroded. That is to say, we have to face not only the Overlord and the Zero robot, but also. At this point, everyone's expression was not very good, including Yang Hui, a member of the old GGG. Although Yang Hui had never met them, he knew that they were very strong, very strong. Among them were the most outstanding officer and commander, Kotaro Ikawa, Dr. Raiga the Lion King, who was known as one of the top 10 brains in the world, together with Dr. Reo the Lion King, Dr. Raiga the Lion King's daughter, Luni Cardiff the Lion King, the former strongest warrior of the Red Star of the Triple Company, Soldat J, the first generation of Super AI robot heroes, Ice Dragon, Flame Dragon, Wind Dragon, and several other robot heroes. Leave the intelligence to Kreutzer. Our next goal is to go to Phnom Penh, and Kreutzer is there. Yang Hui said. Although everyone was worried about being enemies with the old GGG members, the other party was still missing. Instead of worrying about the danger that might appear at any time, it was better to complete the task at hand. Sorry, Mr. Kai, whether from the perspective of myself or the Federation Army, I really want to rescue everyone from the old GGG, but the enemies of the Earth are not just the Overlord and his followers, so Dreddy Cruz cannot perform the work of finding you. Understand? Lion King Kai was not frustrated by this, and believed that Yang Hui and others would help him rescue his companions who were corrupted by 000. Thank you very much for your understanding. Don't be so polite, Colonel Yang Hui, just call me Kai. I will also join Dreddy Cruz and fight with everyone. Welcome to join. It must be said that even Yang Hui had to admit that the strength of Lion King Kai was not only strength and combat experience, but also his personality and appeal. Even someone like him who had seen a lot of storms could not help but be infected by his sunshine and courage. Chapter 1356 The Clawman arrives. Over there. Spare parts for Gundam 4 are here. Take them. Gundam 2's arm connection is complete. Check the system. Where are the spare parts for R1? Why haven't they been delivered yet? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Dreddy Cruz has arrived at the GGG orbital base, and the supply of materials is in full swing. At the same time, the maintenance of the machine is also in progress. This time, it is the most serious since the establishment of Dreddy Cruz. No, it should be the most serious since the launch of Dreistliga. Although there were no casualties, almost all the MIS units were damaged, including the King of Warfang and the King of Fankai, which were still fighting at the end. They also need to be overhauled. That is, the Dawn series, that have successfully awakened, Ersterlin, Creation, and the 3 demons of Shido Hikaru, Ryuki Kai, and Phoenix Temple Fu do not need to be repaired. The former is completely regenerated, and the latter is self-repairing. Although Endo Masaki Sebasta is also a demon, and the overall core has not been thoroughly studied, the mechanical structure can still be directly maintained. Colonel Yang Hui, please come and take a look here. The maintenance personnel in charge of maintaining R3 was called Yang Hui. Wait a minute. Yang Hui quickly checked all the systems of Gundam number 1, and after confirming that they were all correct, he walked over and took the pad to take a look. What's the problem? We can't adjust the adaptability of the T-Link system and the Psycho Frame well, so I have to trouble you. The maintenance personnel scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed. Does R1 have the same problem? The machines equipped with T-Link and Psycho Frame are R1 and R3. If R3 has a problem, R1 will most likely not be able to escape. This. The maintenance personnel pointed to R1 not far away. Yang Hui looked in the direction of his finger and understood what he meant. Although R1 is a light MIS like R3, and its armor is not thick, who can blame R3 for having the GN Super Dragoon that integrates offense and defense? In addition, the transformation structure of R1 is more fragile, so it is still under overhaul and has not reached the stage of T-Link system and Psycho Frame. Leave 3 people with me to deal with R3, and the rest of you go to R1. Make sure to complete the other maintenance work of R1 before I finish the work here. Yes. XN Yang Hui is now the general manager of the maintenance team. He is responsible for the maintenance work, priority sorting, and personnel scheduling of all aircraft, including all the maintenance work of the White Fortress. It is Yang Hui's command that makes everyone less busy, especially the members of Dreistliga. After all, it is also the first time for them to come into contact with such intense and huge work. It's really busy. When Yang Hui led 3 people to deal with the maintenance work of R3, Graham was holding a can of drink in his hand and teasing Yang Hui leisurely. If you know I'm busy, just get out of here and don't disturb me at work. Yang Hui scolded angrily. I'm here to tell you that Cruz has something to ask you. He called you and you didn't answer, so I came to see what's going on. Graham said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Hui's hand suddenly paused, and then he immediately returned to work without even looking at Graham. Are you anxious? A little. Graham drank the drink in one breath and said, I told him that you are very busy now, but he still asked me to tell you to find time to call him back. Yang Hui was silent for a moment, and his hands moved faster. In 2 or 3 minutes, he set up the maintenance process and called the 3 maintenance personnel who stayed behind. I have set up the basic process. After completion, focus on checking the number 3, 15, 51, and 99 connection nodes, as well as the electronic systems of areas A, C, and F. If there are any problems, call G over. He should be able to handle it. If he can't handle it, leave it alone and wait for me to come back. Understood. X3 The three maintenance personnel also expressed their understanding of Yang Hui's sudden departure. After all, Yang Hui was not a full-time maintenance personnel, and participating in the maintenance work was just to help. It was really embarrassing that they couldn't even do their own job well. Asking for more would be asking for an inch. After arranging other tasks, Yang Hui followed Graham back to the room, took out his pad and called Cruz back. "Are you available?" The screen lit up, and the same playful smile appeared. "If you have something to say, then say it. I have a lot of things to do here." Yang Hui laughed and scolded. These people really wanted to tease him whenever they got the chance. Okay, it's obviously all trivial things you found for yourself." Cruz shrugged. Yang Hui could completely ignore these things, not to mention that he didn't have to stay in Dreddy Cruz all the time. Whether he was in charge of the overall situation or as a top combat force to support all parties, it would be much easier than it is now. Okay, let's talk about business. When are you coming to Phnom Penh? Are you in trouble?" Yang Hui raised his eyebrows. Is the Hook Law Man so difficult to deal with? He can actually make Cruz lose face. It's okay. The other party knows that we have been following them, and they are not in a hurry. Both sides maintain a tacit understanding. If nothing unexpected happens, they are also waiting for you to come to Phnom Penh. Cruz said with a serious expression. Waiting for us? Yang Hui frowned. So far, only Fan and Wendy were anxious about Dreddy Cruz and the Hook Claw Man. Were they waiting for them to arrive in Phnom Penh? Or, yes, the other party has no intention of avoiding us at all. Even if we get close to eavesdrop, it doesn't matter. My men reported to me that the Hook Claw Man and his gang are waiting for you to arrive in Phnom Penh, so they haven't left. They also mentioned the existence of the door. Door? Yes, the door, connected in series. What door will be opened when you go to Phnom Penh? Of course, this is all my speculation, for reference only. Cruz shrugged. Although the other party did not avoid his men to explore intelligence, and was even very happy to hand it over with both hands, the intelligence that Cruz could get was also fragmented fragments, and these fragments were sent to the door by the enemy. As an excellent intelligence officer, Cruz naturally also has the excellent quality exclusive to intelligence officers, suspicion. Cruz also has to doubt whether this intelligence is false intelligence deliberately released by the other party, or even deliberately released by the other party to lure Drisleja to arrive in Phnom Penh faster to achieve some ulterior purpose, etc. Therefore, Cruz also emphasized that all of this was just speculation based on the existing intelligence, which did not represent the final result and could only be used as a reference. Why don't you just arrest them? Yang Hui questioned Cruz. No matter what conspiracy the Hook Claw Man had, as long as they were arrested, wouldn't all the problems be solved? Yang Hui really didn't think they had the ability to cause trouble under the captivity of the Promised Legion. It's because of the other party's fearless attitude that we dare not act easily. Cruz sighed. This time he was defeated. He felt that he was being played around by the other party. He felt very aggrieved and angry. So I came to ask you, whether to arrest them or not. If you want to arrest them, I will do it myself. What do they have in their hands? Mecha armor, right? I am looking forward to whether they can be the opponent of Domineer. Dominate. Arrest them directly. Yang Hui gave the order without hesitation. Understood. It seems that there is no need to arrest them. Cruz's eyes flashed with anticipation. Since he came to this world, he had only one chance to do it himself. That was the time when he used Zinsuangjian as bait to fish. As a result, the other party only sent a large number of criminal robots at the level of miscellaneous soldiers. There were 2 super AI criminals, but they were unfinished products at first glance. They were easily turned into puppets by Domineer. Domination. Even Victim, the mastermind behind the scenes, was caught. It was not fun. As a result, when he was halfway through his words and was about to leave, he saw the group of Hook Claws walking towards him with a smile on their faces, which aroused his interest. The other party came to the door. Yang Hui guessed when he saw Cruz's eyes looking forward through the screen. Yes, the attitude is very friendly. It seems that he is here to make friends. Cruz teased and waved to the other party in a friendly manner. Then I'll leave it to you. Capture them all. The Hook Claw Man stays. Oh, by the way, the man named Michael stays. You can do whatever you like with the others. Yang Hui ordered. The Hook Claw Man was left for a fan. That was a promise to him. Michael was Wendy's brother. What the final result would be, We'll have to wait until Wendy has contact with him. I understand. Earth, Phnom Penh. Cruz hung up the call and looked at the Hook Claw Man and his gang with interest. In addition to the Hook Claw Man and Michael mentioned by Yang Hui, there was also a seemingly quiet woman, 2 sturdy men, and a pair of twin children. Great, Mr. Hook Claw Man, you actually found my location and came to me safely. Cruz applauded the Hook Claw Man. He did not reveal his location. Thank you, sir. You have never concealed your location, and didn't you send away the other guards to welcome the arrival of my comrades? The Hook Claw Man bowed very gentlemanly, his voice full of bewitching. Haha, interesting. Cruz's mouth curled up dangerously. He did not deliberately hide his position, and even sent away the guards, both open and secret. He originally planned to use himself as bait to lure the Hook Claw Man and his gang to assassinate him. The result was mixed. The Hook Claw Man and his gang did come, but they were not here to assassinate him. It seemed that they really came to make friends. You are a very good person. I can feel the enthusiasm hidden under the mask. There must be an intersection between our paths, so I came to make friends with you, a very good friend. The Hook Claw Man did not regard himself as an outsider at all. He came to Cruz very unceremoniously and pulled a chair to sit down. Haha, to be honest, you are the first person to praise me as a good person. Cruz laughed jokingly. Even his companions in the Promised Legion, few people classified him as a good person, and no one directly praised him as a good person. Doesn't this prove that we can be good friends? This gentleman, sorry, I'm so rude. I haven't asked for your name yet. Before asking someone's name, it's proper etiquette to introduce yourself first, right? I don't like calling my friends Hook Claw Man all the time. Chapter 1357 Like-minded? I have a different opinion. This is really rude, sir. I am just one of the common people. My name is not worth remembering. The Hook Claw Man still said politely and modestly. If it weren't for the golden hook claw hand and the slightly sick smile, he would really be a polite gentleman. Equivalent exchange, the truth of the world. Since I didn't get your name, you can't get mine either. Cruz also kept smiling. Compared with the sick smile of the Hook Claw Man, Cruz's smile exuded a dangerous aura. Comrade, this man is very dangerous. The blonde young man bowed and whispered in the Hook Claw Man's ear. Comrade, can you kill him? I don't have a good feeling about him. At the same time, the twins next to the Hook Claw Man also looked at Cruz with disgust. It may be because children are more sensitive to the smell. They are the ones who can feel Cruz's dangerous aura the most among the group. No, he may become our comrade. The Hook Claw Man patiently calmed the twins' nervousness. Okay, since our comrades have said so. The Hook Claw Man had spoken, and the twins, who always follow the Hook Claw Man's orders, could only give up their ideas, but nervousness and fear forced them to take a few steps back and hide behind the burly man. Why don't we just take him away, comrade? One of the burly men stepped forward and said, with a confident smile on his face and an aura of fortitude all over his body, but the only thing was that his pupils were unfocused. It's not very safe here, comrade. It may be difficult to convince him now, but as long as time is given, he will definitely join our cause, just like I did back then. Well, as expected of Catbeto, that's a really good suggestion. The Hook Claw Man nodded with satisfaction, stood up and extended his hand politely, inviting Cruz to leave with them. Then, this very good sir, please come with us. I think we need more contact, and we will definitely become good friends. Really? Then, Cruz pretended to think, and even showed a little intention, but before he could finish his words, emerald green crystals spread from under his feet, instantly imprisoning the Hook Claw Man and his gang. Why don't you stay? You bastard. What did you do? Except for the Hook Claw Man himself, everyone else was panicked. The blonde man and the two burly men were even more furious. They had invited him to join so sincerely, but he actually used such a little trick to deceive them. Sure enough. Only the world promised by the comrades is a world that can make everyone happy. This is my job after all. Did you all hear it when I came? Cruz spread his hands with a helpless expression on his face. Since you want to make friends with me so much, you should be able to understand it, right? You bastard. You actually lied to us. The twin children scolded. As expected, all adults are bad people. In addition to comrades, there are also Michael and others. They are all bad people. Oh? Is that really the case? Cruz put on a dangerous smile again, stood up and bent down, and put his face close to the two twins who were not very experienced in the world. Compared to the comrades you said controlled other people's minds, I just imprisoned your bodies, which should be already very gentle, right? You bastard. Don't slander comrades. How can comrades control other people's minds? We are all. As the #1 loyal fan of the Hook Claw Man, Michael will never allow anyone to slander the Hook Claw Man. This impolite gentleman, don't underestimate our will. The only black-haired woman in the group said to Cruz in a charming voice. The voice was numb and numb. If it were a young man with blood and blood, just a voice would make their legs weak, right? We all follow our own will and follow our comrades. I'm so sorry, I didn't make it clear. Cruz smiled, stood up straight, and looked at the man called Kid Beto. He snapped his fingers casually, and the imprisonment that was originally closely connected to the earth slowly turned, turning everyone to face Kid Beto. You are indeed not controlled, but this man has been in a state of mental control. How is it possible? How could Kid Beto? All eyes were focused on Kid Beto, and the words of defense were only half said and stopped. Because they all recalled a very important thing. Kid Beto was the last one to join them. When they first met, they did not communicate in a friendly manner, but were full of hostility. Kid Beto was looking for the Hook Claw Man and his gang to help his student, Fanon, Drestriga, the woman killed by the Hook Claw Man, Fan's fiancée, and also a very good friend of Kid Beto, so Kid Beto wanted to kill the Hook Claw Man as soon as he saw him. As a result, he failed. Although Kid Beto possessed the powerful 7 Primarchs, and among them, Monday, the god of destruction, possessed the most powerful destructive power. However, the other members of the Hooked Claw Man's group also possessed the 7 Primarchs, and more than one. The blonde man's Sunday, Nostalgia, the cold man's Tuesday, Deep, the black-haired woman's Wednesday, Talia, and the twins' Friday, Original Sin, formed by the combination of the original Friday, Original Sin and the original Saturday, Sleep. Kid Beto was undoubtedly defeated in front of 4 opponents of exactly the same level. Originally, they were going to kill Kid Beto, but the Hooked Claw Man stopped them. After capturing Kid Beto, the Hooked Claw Man and Kid Beto stayed alone for a while. When they met Kid Beto again, Kid Beto became a loyal follower of the Hooked Claw Man. See? The so-called like-minded people are nothing more than that. Snap. Cruz snapped his fingers again. The crisp sound was not only the sound of snapping his fingers, but also the sound of a certain shackle in Kid Beto's mind being broken with the snap of his fingers. Ugh. I am the Hooked Claw Man. Kid Beto's self-consciousness was liberated, and his pupils finally had a focus. After a painful meeting, he roared angrily at the Hooked Claw Man, because when his self-consciousness was imprisoned, his self-consciousness was not asleep, but very awake, but he could not control his body. He clearly remembered everything he did during this period of time. Okay, Mr. Kid Beto, please calm down a little. Just consider it as a thank you for helping you to release the control, how about it? Cruz came in front of Kid Beto and asked calmly. Who are you? Kid Beto asked Cruz. Although he was very grateful to Cruz for saving him, his long experience told him that Cruz was a very dangerous man. Even if he wanted to repay him, he had to find out the situation. Moreover, his anger towards the Hooked Claw Man was not so easy to calm down. Sorry, let me introduce myself. I am the Chief of Intelligence of the Earth Federation Army, Lulu Cruz. You are the Chief of Intelligence of the Federation Army. Not only Kid Beto, but everyone present, except the Hooked Claw Man, was very shocked. They knew that the intelligence personnel of the Federation Army had been following them, and they also guessed that Cruz would not be a small figure in the intelligence department of the Federation Army, but they did not expect that the top person in charge was personally responsible for tracking them. They did not know whether it was an honor or a misfortune. Thank you very much for saving me, but I must kill him. Kid Beto did not doubt Cruz's words. As long as he was sure that he was a member of the Federation Army, it would be fine. As for whether he was the Chief of Intelligence, he would talk about it later. But now he just wanted to kill the Hooked Claw Man to wash away his shame and vent his anger and frustration. I'm sorry, Mr. Kid Beto, I can't satisfy you on this point. My superior has already given the order. This man, Cruz pointed at the Hooked Claw Man and said, should be left to Fan. They are on their way. And, this man. Then, Cruz pointed at the blonde man, who is Wendy's biological brother Michael, because his sister is in the Federal Army and made a promise at the beginning, so he can't be in trouble yet. As for the others. Then, Cruz looked around at the others. The black-haired woman and the stern man had deep expressions and black faces, while the two twin children showed fear and sadness on their faces. Although he told me that I could deal with it at will, as an excellent subordinate, I still have to wait until he arrives and then make the decision myself. Fan? Fan is here too. Cadbito asked in surprise, and then he was relieved. That's right, that man is quite obsessed, but it's really amazing that you can get him to join. My boss is always like this. Cruz's praise was sincere. Yang Hui's control over people's hearts and his personal charm were so impressive that even an old man like him had to admire him. He himself was the best example. He originally just wanted to drag the whole world to be buried with him, but now, not only has he gained a new life, but he is also sincerely working for the mission and development of the Promise Caller. Then I'm really looking forward to meeting the man you mentioned, Cruz. Sir, if possible, can you let me go? Cadbito asked. Being wrapped in an unknown crystal, it didn't feel good. Of course. Through the induction of mental waves, Cadbito's killing intent towards the Hook Claw man did subside a lot, and Cadbito also returned to normal. Even if he let him go, Cruz was sure to control him again before he made any radical actions. With Cruz's will, the emerald green crystal wrapped around Cadbito shattered and turned into dust. Cadbito regained his freedom, and then... bang! Chapter 1358. You are arrested. Cruz was still watching quietly at the side. The released Cadbito took 2 steps at a time and came to the Hook Claw man, punching him in the face fiercely. Comrade! Damn it! Let me go! Cadbito! I will kill you! The Hook Claw man was punched by Cadbito. Michael and the Cold Man were the first to get angry, with angry expressions that looked like they wanted to kill Cadbito. However, no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the shackles of the emerald crystal. The Hook Claw man who was beaten did not get angry, but had a morbid expression of enjoyment, with deep sadness in his eyes. Ah, so this is the feeling of being beaten? It's really novel, but this is too sad. Obviously everyone should be happy. This feeling shouldn't exist. Cadbito, why can't you understand me? Haha, I've had enough of your sweet talk. Although Cadbito wanted to beat the Hook Claw man to death, he promised Cruz to restrain his murderous intent, and Cruz also said that Fan was on the way. If he beat the Hook Claw man to death now, Fan would hate him for the rest of his life, so Cadbito held back and said to Cruz, Captain Cruz, can you do me a favor? Of course, to be honest. I'm a little fed up with it. Cruz understood and gently raised his hand. The emerald green crystals climbed up and covered the mouth of the Hook Claw man. Cruz originally thought that the Hook Claw man was a very interesting person. After all, it was not something that ordinary people would dare to do to come to see him in a plain way under his temptation. As a result, it was not a big disappointment, but it was definitely a little disappointing. The Hook Claw man gave Cruz the feeling of a crazy idealist. However, the mentality of not getting angry even after being beaten was still quite interesting, but he should not continue talking, full of delusional greasy smell. You bastard. Let go of my comrade. Huh? Interesting. It must be said that Michael and others raised the evaluation of the Hook Claw man in their hearts a little bit. Through mental wave induction, Cruz was very sure that except for Cadbito, the others were not mentally controlled at all, and followed the Hook Claw man completely by their own will, and, even after the trick was exposed, they were still so determined, which was very interesting. You know he will use mental methods to control others to follow him, but you are still so determined? Aren't you afraid that he will use this method on you? Cruz asked a murderous question. Humph. How can a mortal like you understand the ambition of comrades? Comrades are just saving others by doing this. The Cold Man said with a sullen face. I also found out, he killed a lot of people, many of whom have nothing to do with him. Why is that? Cruz asked Michael again. Humph. The people killed by Comrade are all people who deserve to die. They must have done something abominable. Michael answered firmly. Really? Then, what about Fan's fiancé? Cruz asked. According to my investigation, Fan's fiancé has never done anything evil. On the contrary, she is famous for her beauty and kindness in the local area, like an angel. Such a person should also die. This. Sure enough. Cruz was convinced that not everyone was so determined to the Hook Claw man. Maybe it was like that before, but now, after knowing that the Hook Claw man used mental methods to control Cadbito, they began to waver. Comrade said, This is an indispensable sacrifice for the great cause. Michael organized his words for a long time, and said exactly what the Clawman answered him that year: that woman is a demon who seduces others. As the pilot of Native 7, you should fight for the great cause. Cruz sneered twice and didn't say anything more to Michael. The important information was already in hand: Native 7. Then, Cruz passed the black-haired woman. From Cruz's observation, after being caught, her attention was always on Michael. Even if Cadbedo punched the hook claw man, her attention was still not diverted. The result was obvious. There was no need to ask the rest. Well, 2 children under 10 years old actually drove Mecha armor to fight. You are still so happy. It's a bit interesting. We are. Let me guess. Cruz put his finger on his lips, and the green crystal covered the twins' mouths, interrupting them. Are you orphans? Or, your family environment is very poor, and then he saved you? Then you regarded him as the savior. Unable to speak, but the twins stared at Cruz with their eyes wide open in disbelief. It seems that I guessed right. Let me guess again. The living environment where you originally lived was also terrible. There was no school or anything. You didn't receive any education, and you didn't even have friends, right? Oh, it seems that I guessed right again. Children are simple. It's so easy to guess their past and get confirmation. Cruz smiled grimly and returned to the hook claw man. The emerald crystal blocking his mouth was removed. When the hook claw man was about to speak, Cruz slapped him hard, hitting him symmetrically on both sides, and then blocked his mouth. Well done. Cadbedo gave him a thumbs up sincerely. This slap made him feel so comfortable. You bastard. You actually. I don't think I'm better than this person who took the initiative to drag a child into the battle. Cruz kept a cold smile and didn't even look at the cold man in Michael. Although I'm not a good person, I still have this recognition. After all, I'm the one who plans to bombard the earth with gamma rays. As for children, as long as I can use them, I don't care if they are innocent or not, but who made me have a good boss? Cruz came to the twins and squatted down, touching their hair. Was it a deterrent? Or intimidation? Or a sincere comfort? Who knows? Even Cruz himself didn't know. Yang Hui said something that I still agree with. Maybe he changed me? Or maybe I have enough cards in my hand and they are strong enough that I don't bother to use those little tricks anymore. Do you want to know what this sentence means? Cruz asked, but no one knew who he was asking. Was he asking the hook-clawed man? Was he asking Michael and the cold-blooded man? Was he asking Cadbedo? Or was he asking himself? I'm quite interested, Commander Cruz. Cadbedo didn't know who he was asking, but he was old and experienced. His experience told him that someone needed to ask questions at this time, and he was also very curious about what a man like Cruz could say that he could truly agree with. He said, the adults are not dead yet. When will it be the turn of the children to worry about these bullshit things? This time, even the most loyal cold-blooded man was speechless, and everyone was silent. Unless you are a weak and incompetent coward, you can't refute this sentence. Fighting, war, these heavy topics should be participated by adults. Ambitions? Goals? Great deeds? Shouldn't these be done by adults so that children can enjoy them? That's because the Native 7 chose them. Chosen by the Native 7, they should take on a mission. Mission, he is the Native 7, strong. Cruz tilted his head and looked at the stern man. Humph. How could you possibly know how powerful the Native 7 is? Can it be stronger than it? Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise around. The earth was shaking, the wood surrounding the secret base fell down in pieces, and a tall Mecha armor with a dark red main body revealed its shape, and the Gatling gun in its right hand was aimed at the people below. Damn it. Let us go. This kind of broken body can only be used on Tuesday. The stern man began to struggle hard, trying to summon his Mecha armor, but he was powerless, as if he had completely cut off contact with it. No, I'm not talking about it, but it. Following the direction of Cruz's finger, everyone looked up at the sky, and saw a meteor flash by. A dark gray machine appeared in front of them, opened its right hand, and saw something flash in sight, and then, the Mecha armor pointing at them trembled a few times and could not move. What is that? The dark gray machine was wearing a dress like a noble. The soft clothes were very inconsistent on the Ms. Although it looked full of nobility, it made everyone feel chilled. My machine, God's will dominant, it is the second time to let it appear. Cruz looked at God's will dominant, in the air. God's will dominant, also felt Cruz's thoughts, lowered his head to look at Cruz, and nodded. Your machine? Then you. Great, right. The smile on his face became more and more exaggerated, and the cold aura disappeared, replaced by complacency and arrogance. He opened his arms to the Domineering. Master, in the sky, this is the only place where I surpass Yang Hui. I can control the machine with only mental waves. Domineering. Master, you did a great job. God's will Domineering. Master, also gave a thumbs up in response to Cruz. Mental wave control? That's it. Whether it was the Cold Man, Michael, or Cadbeto, they all thought of the Laplace rebellion that happened 2 years ago. Although the Federation blocked the news, after following the Hook Claw Man, they still got a lot of news that they would never have heard before, such as unicorns and NT. No, my Domineering, Master, is not that kind of thing. Please don't underestimate it too much, it will be unhappy. Cruz shook his head. Then everyone, let me officially announce that you are arrested. Written request for leave? I need to ask for a leave. Well, okay, I admit that the data of the past 2 days made me suddenly fall to the bottom. I feel very heavy-hearted. I have been holding it in for the whole day but nothing good has come out. Chapter 1359 A Deal, a Bet. 3 days later, Drestriga, and White Fortress, descended directly from the universe to the vicinity of Phnom Penh and met with Cruz. How is it? Yang Hui brought Graham and others to Cruz and asked about the interrogation of the Hook Claw Man. Nothing was said, and I don't want to hear him speak again. Cruz shrugged, his face full of disgust. The Hook Claw Man was a complete paranoid and madman. It was impossible to communicate normally. Even using torture on him, he had a morbid enjoyment and a sad expression of pity. If it was a clown's trick, it would be disgusting if you saw it too much. What about the others? They know nothing. They just follow the orders of the Hook Claw Man and never ask any questions. This is a very good quality. Cruz was also helpless. Michael and the others were just tools, and voluntary tools at that. They only knew how to do things and never understood the purpose behind doing so. Oh, no, they knew that it was for the eternal happiness of everyone. Nothing gained. That's not the case. Cruz's mouth curled up with interest. Not only is there a gain, but also this very important gain. As he said that, Cruz sent a document to Yang Hui. Yang Hui clicked it and took a look. His pupils dilated and he looked at Cruz in disbelief. Are you sure? Anyway, it's not a human structure. This gain is indeed very valuable, maybe. Let me go. Let you go. Let me kill that bastard. At this moment, there was a noise behind them. Yang Hui and the others turned their heads and saw Fan trying to break in, but was tightly controlled by Cruz's men. Stop it. Yang Hui frowned and stepped forward to stop Fan, and at the same time asked Cruz's men to let go. As a result, Hook Claw Man. I'm going to kill. Bang. Ugh. As soon as Cruz's men let go, Fan rushed in all at once, even pulling out the sword to summon the machine, but before he could take 2 steps, Yang Hui threw him over his shoulder and threw him to the ground, with his hands tied behind his back. Calm down. Yang Hui frowned and scolded. Damn it. Let me go. Let me kill him. I told you to calm down. Ugh. The second time he shouted, Yang Hui used the mental wave shock. The force was not small. A little more would have directly turned Fan's brain into paste. The dizziness and pain forced Fan to be unable to maintain his anger and hatred. His pupils flickered, and were about to disintegrate. Can you talk properly? Yang Hui did not let go of Fan, pressed him to the ground and asked coldly. You promised me. Fan's consciousness slowly regained consciousness, and he raised his eyelids with difficulty, glaring at Yang Hui. Yes, I haven't forgotten my promise, otherwise I wouldn't let Cruz keep him. Yang Hui told Fan seriously, now the situation has changed. The Hook Claw Man is definitely not a human from Earth, so we have to keep him for a while. These things have nothing to do with me. Fan's killing intent began to rise again. He didn't want to care about anything. It was okay to help Cruz fight, but he just wanted to kill the Hook Claw Man. He didn't care about anything else. But we caught him. We promised to help you find him and then give you his life, but not now. The real identity of the Hook Claw Man is likely to be an alien from a certain civilization. He has a very high research value. Before we figure out what he is, I can't give him to you. You say these Who understands? Then make a deal. Yang Hui said to Fan. I won't allow it. You can't touch him, so I want to make a deal with you. Tisk, you want me? How can I trust you again? It's very simple. Find someone of the same race as him to exchange him. If there is a research subject of equal value, I will give him to you. Yang Hui said to Fan. Tisk, I hope you can keep your promise. I never break a promise. HMPH. Let me go. The feedback from the mental wave told Yang Hui that Fan had indeed suppressed his strong murderous intent before letting him go and pulling him up from the ground. Fan stood up without even brushing off the dust on his body, holding the hilt of the sword and holding it against Yang Hui's neck. Colonel Yang Hui. Fan. What are you going to do? The accompanying Sanai Greywall and Reynold Harding and others panicked for a moment. They all thought that Fan was going to break the agreement and hold Yang Hui hostage to kill the Hook Claw Man. Just as they were about to draw their guns, Graham stopped them and shook his head with a smile. Although they did not dare to act rashly and understood Graham's meaning, but, as long as the sharp blade was against Yang Hui's skin, they dared not relax at all. Remember what you said, otherwise. One more on the wanted list. Yang Hui kept smiling, not worried at all. On the one hand, he didn't feel Fan's killing intention towards him. He was angry, but it was also a way to vent. On the other hand, if Fan had the intention to kill Yang Hui could control him before Fan made a move. HMPH. Monster. Fan cursed, put the sharp sword back into the leather sheath, and turned away cursing. Hey? This guy curses quite strangely. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows. Many people called him a bastard, a devil, a scumbag, and even more monsters, but no one had ever called him a monster. PFFT Liu Nosaki couldn't help laughing out loud. Lord Yang Hui, I think what Fan meant is, you are a monster who can see through people's hearts. PFFT up. Yang Hui's mouth twitched, very embarrassed. There is really no way to refute it. Oh, Colonel Yang Hui, can you not be so irritating next time? Sanai Greywale and others complained, it was really too scary just now. It doesn't matter, he doesn't have murderous intent towards me, otherwise he can't lift his sword at all. Yang Hui shrugged and teased Sanai Greywale and others for being too concerned. We can't sense it. X and Sanai Greywale and others cursed, they are just ordinary people, they can't use mental waves, how can they know if Fan has murderous intent? Question mark. Don't talk about experience. They were just students before. Although they have been fighting for a long time, they fought on battleships, how can they sense a ghost? Okay. Yang Hui spread his hands, his expression was a little disappointed, and his eyes meant clearly, newbies should learn more and practice more. Everyone, fists hard and I'll go in and meet him. Yang Hui smiled. Anyway, no one dared to really attack him. Even if they did, they would only be suppressed. Then he said to Cruz. I don't recommend you to do this. Cruz had an interested smile on his face. Huh? Then I'll try it. Yang Hui also became interested. Cruz's persuasion was not persuasion, but provocation. The simplest provocation, Yang Hui would not be fooled, just suddenly got interested and decided to accept this challenge for fun. Watching Yang Hui walk into the cell where the Hook Claw Man was being held, Cruz nudged Graham with his elbow and said to him and Char, would you like to make a bet? How many minutes can he hold out? Interesting. Graham was interested. Since Cruz had said so, Yang Hui would definitely be frustrated. What do you bet on? A small bet is good for fun. Just bet on one thing. Unconditional, but not against the other party's moral principles. How about that? Deal. I bet for 1 minute. What about you? Cruz looked at Char again. You guys play. I won't fight a battle where I'm completely at a disadvantage in intelligence. Char wasn't fooled. Cruz had always shown that he disliked the Hook Claw Man, but who knew if he was acting? Even if he wasn't acting, he was the only one of the three who had come into contact with the Hook Claw Man, and he could best gauge how many minutes Yang Hui could hold out. The outcome of this bet had already been determined before it began, and Char wasn't interested in participating in a losing bet. Okay. Cruz was a little disappointed that he failed to trick Char, but it was also expected. After all, Char was a person with brains and was willing to use them, unlike a certain battle maniac who had brains but didn't like to use them. Oh. This must be the traveler from another world, Mr. Cruz's boss, right? He is indeed an outstanding person. Because there was no one in front of him, The hook-clawed man was quiet and silent, unlike many prisoners who were noisy. The prison cell was also completely soundproof, so Cruz had no physical force to shut him up. You are the first person who can make Cruz feel annoyed. As soon as the hook-clawed man spoke, Yang Hui also became inexplicably irritated. As expected, he was not such an easy person to get along with. The way he spoke was indeed a bit disgusting, and Yang Hui could sense that this was not a strategy or conspiracy, but that he was really like this. What a pity, I really don't want to be friends with him. The hook-claw man had a sad expression on his face, and he meant it sincerely, but soon he put on a sunny smile. But it would be even better if I could be friends with you, sir. Can you be friends with me? Of course. Yang Hui nodded, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, but I don't like being friends with people I don't know their names, and I don't like calling my friends hook-claw man. That's really a pity. Why do you have to know your name? Same words, different people. The hook-claw man had the same attitude. Obviously we just need to be friends. Obviously I want to be friends with you so much, and with others, everyone. As he spoke, the hook-claw man's expression became morbid and crazy, and he was very close to Yang Hui. If what you mean by making friends with everyone includes killing them, then I'm sorry, Mr. Alien, the price of your friendship is a bit high. I don't like it. That's a pity. Why can't everyone understand me? When you die, you can go underground and ask the people you killed why they can't understand you, or wait for the person who killed you to go down, and then chase him and ask. Yang Hui said with interest. Oh, Mr. Alien, you are really amazing. You can come up with such a wonderful idea. The hook-clawed man was ecstatic and really regarded Yang Hui's ridicule as advice and encouragement. Don't worry, it will be quick. Yang Hui's lips curled up dangerously. Don't worry, we won't torture you too much, and we will keep you alive. After all, you belong to Fan. Oh, Fan. I miss him so much. Fate is so wonderful. The hook-claw man recalled Fan's appearance, figure, and every little bit from their acquaintance to the present with an intoxicated look on his face, but unfortunately, now is not the time, sir. Hearing this, Yang Hui's face turned cold, because he saw the self-confidence that was taken for granted in the eyes of the hook-claw man, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. All troops, enter the first-level combat configuration. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1360 The Future King of Earth? Level 1 Combat Configuration? What's going on? Everyone, including Sanai Greywall who was outside the prison room, was confused. Why did Yang Hui suddenly order a level 1 combat configuration? Wouldn't it be enough to order a level 2 combat configuration for alert? Hurry back to Drestriga. Yang Hui is not kidding when he issues such an order. Graham reminded Sanai Greywall and others, and stood up and ran back in the direction of Drestriga. Aren't you going to play on the stage? Char was not so anxious. Amuro and Camus stayed on Drestriga, and could attack at the first time. If there were not many enemies, it would be enough to leave it to them. They could also buy enough time for the enemies that they could not resist. Of course, isn't it? It's already here. Cruz walked out of the door side by side with Char, pointing to the sky. It happened that Domination landed beside them. Cruz took off his thick coat and revealed the driving suit inside. So well prepared. Of course, this is one of the few opportunities I can have fun. Cruz's attitude towards fighting is indifferent. He also has a very accurate positioning of himself, that is, the dark shadow of the promise caller. He is responsible for handling all the dirty, dark, and unexposed things. Moreover, his personality is not the kind of person who likes to participate in the frontline battles. But Cruz also has reasons to fight. After all, he is also the first echelon of the promise caller. If he stays away from the battlefield for too long, his fighting skills will become rusty. If he is left behind by the first echelon, he will not be willing to accept it. Because Cruz is also a very proud person, that is engraved in his genes. It's really terrible. Xia sighed. Even though Cruz has been on the battlefield the least among all the A-class pilots, he still dare not underestimate him. For example, the bond between Dominant, and Cruz can be said to be the deepest among all people. It is also the only machine that can execute complex instructions through remote mental wave control. Even Yang Hui and Erstellen, creation, couldn't do this. Others could only communicate with a machine through mental waves and call the machine to their side remotely, but they couldn't give complicated commands such as fighting. Of course, although crews could control, domination, to execute combat commands through mental waves, it could only be simple combat, which was definitely not comparable to crews driving it himself. I have to have something to show off, otherwise you will look down on me. Cruz shrugged, climbed onto the palm of domination, raised it all the way to the cockpit position on his chest, and stepped into the cockpit. It's really convenient. Char also wanted to call Nightingale Transfer to come through mental waves, but when he thought about his own machine still being fixed in the hangar of Drestriga, and the exit of the deck had not been opened yet, Nightingale Transfer could not give such a complicated command to remove the fixing device and then go to the catapult deck to attack, so he could only go to Drestriga. Hehe. Lara Sheen followed behind Char and covered her mouth and chuckled. Char was not a person who liked to show off, but there was no way. He and Cruz had some overlap in personality, and they were both members of the first echelon. Naturally, they were unwilling to fall behind, but the conditions did not allow it. Okay, Lara, let's go. Char sighed. In front of Lara Sheen, he could not hide any secrets. Even though they were both A-level pilots, Char had learned to use mental waves to hide his thoughts, but Lara Sheen no longer needed to use mental waves to know what he was thinking. Okay, Colonel. Sanai Greywall and Reynold Harding ran back to Drestriga as fast as they could. They were sweating profusely and sat down at their seats without even wiping their sweat off. They started their respective work. Leon, what's the attack situation of the Miz troops? Sanai Greywall asked. The White Fortress is on full alert. The Londo Bell team has already attacked. The Miz troops of this ship, the Ravenbird 30, V Gundam Unit 1, Unit 2, Team Shurak, Great Demon, Real Gata Dragon, and Brave Police have already attacked. The Fang King Kai and My King Warfang are in the process of attacking. The SRX team, ATX team, Grungist, Galleon, etc. are ready. Leon immediately reported the details to Sanai Greywall. Speed up the attack. Has Colonel Yang Hui returned to the ship? Sanai Greywall asked. I have returned to the ship and boarded. Dawn Erstellen, creation. Help me connect to Dawn Erstellen, creation. Understood. Soon, Yang Hui's face appeared on the screen of the bridge. I am Yang Hui, go ahead. Colonel Yang Hui, White Fortress, and the Londo Bale team have imposed martial law around Phnom Penh and have not found any enemies. May I ask why you are issuing a level 1 combat configuration? Did the Clawman say something? Sanai Greywall asked. Although anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Hui had the highest say in Dresky Cruise, Sanai Greywall was also the person in charge in public. She also needed to ask the reason for Yang Hui's decision, rather than blindly executing it. No, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. Don't forget that we came to Phnom Penh not just because of the Clawman. Yang Hui said. I understand. Sanai Greywall nodded and agreed with Yang Hui's words. Although there were no clear discoveries and evidence, after Sanai Greywall arrived in Phnom Penh, the feeling that she had to come to Phnom Penh became stronger. Although it was very mysterious and she still couldn't find any evidence, this feeling told her that something extraordinary would happen in Phnom Penh, and she would also know a lot of things she wanted to know. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the radar detection system sounded an alarm, and Leon immediately reported, Captain, the E-detector has responded, and a large number of enemy planes have appeared in the southwest direction, 500 away, 100, 200, 456. Confirm which force it is. If it was at the beginning, Sanai Greywall would have started to panic when she heard the number of enemy planes approaching 500, but from the beginning to now, except for the several battles with the Zanskar Empire at the beginning, which time the number of enemy planes was less than 4 digits, it was just less than 500 enemy planes. With Yang Hui and others in charge, there was no worry at all. Comparing. There is no information in the database. Leon reported. Another new enemy. Sanai Greywall frowned. Originally, they intended to reduce the threat of various forces to the Earth Federation Army, so they mobilized a large number of troops to launch a large-scale battle against Uruguru on Shangustar, and mobilized fleets from all over the country to attack the occupied areas of the Zanskar Empire. Not only did they recover all the lost territory, But they also drove all the troops of the Zanskar Empire back to the Empire, reducing the threat of Uruguru in the Zanskar Empire to the lowest level. The Federation Army headquarters even planned to destroy the Zanskar Empire in one fell swoop, and at the same time find a way for Uruguru to come to the solar system to solve these two major problems in one fell swoop. As a result, the subsequent plans had to be put on hold because of the appearance of Punta Kona. The subsequent appearance of the Overlord King was also a huge threat. During the time when they returned to Earth from Jupiter, the world was attacked by the Overlords and Zero robots. Although they were suppressed immediately at the beginning and did not cause much damage, the appearance of Punta Kona and the Overlord King made the results of the Zanskar counterattack and the Battle of Kamiya completely in vain. And now, a new enemy has appeared, making Mitsuha Greywale feel urgent. Beep beep. Captain. The E-detector has a new response. In the southeast, it's that unknown force. What about the number? Although the true face of the unknown force is still unknown, except for the fact that the scientific department has studied a little from the wreckage of the aircraft recovered from the battlefield, it is very small. 50. Only 50. What did you say? Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Except for the first contact, the unknown forces have appeared on a large scale every time. Leon, compare the database immediately. Are there any new machines? Comparing. No. 49 double fist machines and heavy artillery machines. And one healthy machine. Healthy machine. Captain Sanai, I sensed the mental waves of that guy. At the same time, Yang Hui said to Sanai Greywale. Now it can be confirmed that the only creature that can communicate with the unknown forces that has only appeared once. Colonel Yang Hui, I suggest not to rush to act. The most urgent task is to find out the identities of both parties. Sanai Greywale suggested that the strength of both sides is unknown. Even if all the enemy planes are destroyed, they are likely to continue to appear. Although the invaders, mechanical beasts, and metal beasts are not known from where they came from, there are also enemy forces such as Uruguru, Punta Kona, and the Zanskar Empire that know the origin. If the other party's nest can be found, can't these two forces be destroyed immediately? Approved. Yang Hui thought that what Mitsuha Greywale said made sense. The intelligence of these two forces was indeed very important. But at the same time, Yang Hui also gave orders to Graham, Cruz, Char, Lara Singh, Amuro and Camus in the Siegfried network, because he always felt that Mitsuha Greywale's purpose was not so simple. All machines, build a defense line and prepare to contact the other party. Yang Hui gave orders to everyone. Understood. And after getting Yang Hui's permission, Mitsuha Greywale breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she didn't know why, but she felt a lot more relaxed. Leon, turn on the public broadcast. I want. Captain, there is a communication forcibly intervening in our military communication channel. Intercept. Cannot intercept. It's already received. As soon as Leon's voice fell, Drestriga, White Fortress, and all the Miz screens appeared a humanoid creature with horns on its head, a pattern on its forehead that looked like a third eye, and dark skin. Nice to meet you again, Mitsuha. Oh no, in the words of Earth humans, it should be our first meeting. I am the future king of Earth, Calorium Fall. Chapter 1361, Choose One. How, so arrogant? Yang Hui, I can't control my sword anymore, what should I do? I do have the urge to kill him. No, let me become a puppet, but killing him is too easy for him. At the same time, the shadows of Graham, Char, and Cruz appeared beside Yang Hui, with the same sneer on their faces. I want it more than you do. Yang Hui complained unhappily, and then persuaded, but what Sanai said makes sense. We know too little about these two forces. If we can get some intelligence, it will be more valuable than killing them directly. Why not capture a prisoner? It will be more convenient to get intelligence, right? Char suggested, but immediately changed the subject, with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, by the way, the Hook Claw man didn't get anything out of him. Interrogation is a profound art. It requires inspiration, time, and observation. Not everyone can do this job, and people who don't do this job won't understand the profoundness of it. Cruz dealt with Char's sarcasm with ease and counterattacked calmly. No way, I don't have that dark temperament, I'm not suitable for living in the dark, and I can't stand such dirty hands. Okay, don't start a fight among yourselves. Yang Hui scolded, rolling his eyes. These two, don't talk about the second brother, one of you throws little stars at the earth, and the other shoots a gamma ray burst at the Earth. What's the difference? They're all old coins, don't laugh at the pigs, and no one should say anything about each other. He. The two laughed at the same time and didn't continue to quarrel. Of course, they wouldn't fight among themselves. It was just a quarrel. Don Ersterlin, Creation, also completed the attack. All the Mrs. Under, Drestriga, had completed the attack. Under Yang Hui's arrangement, they formed a defensive formation, and they could also flexibly switch to an offensive formation. Captain Mitsuha, the Ms. troops are ready and can start communicating. After arranging everything, Yang Hui notified Mitsuha Grey Wall. However, in secret, Yang Hui used the Siegfried network to let Graham, Char, Cruz and others be ready at any time. Ignore all other enemies. If communication fails, take action immediately. The only humanoid creature that can communicate among the unknown forces. Well, now he can be called Calorium Fall. He must be caught before he escapes. Yang Hui doesn't dare to trust Mitsuha Greywall completely now. Understood. With Yang Hui's permission, Sanai Greywall began to talk to Calorium Fall. The Earth does not need a king. I don't think someone who is unwilling to reveal his organization and purpose is qualified to be a king. Sanai Greywall did not adopt a gentle and equal attitude to communicate with the other party, but directly chose to provoke him. The other party's performance revealed the word arrogance all the time. Although the provocation method was very clumsy, it was the best for such an existence that had arrogance engraved into its genes, so he used sharp words to stimulate him from the beginning. This is indeed reasonable. You are worthy of being the chosen one, Sanai Greywall. Calorium Fall's attitude was beyond everyone's expectations. Generally speaking, when arrogant people are stimulated, they either remain rational and continue to take the initiative, or lose their rationality and lose the initiative. However, Calorium Fall looked like he was sure of Sanai Greywall. That look was not pretending, but he really believed it. His mental age is very young. Yang Hui was certain that Calorium Fall was a quick-made being, the same as a clone, otherwise he wouldn't act so ignorant and immature. So, who are you? What organization are you from? What is your purpose? Sanai Greywall chose to use the most direct method to ask, trying to induce Calorium Fall. Sanai, you are very interesting, so direct, so frank. According to my observations, humans are very complex creatures. I personally also judge that humans are very dangerous creatures, insidious, cunning, cruel, arrogant. They are full of all kinds of negative emotions all the time. If humans are left alone, they will threaten the entire universe. And you, Sanai, let me see the shining side of humans. I am very happy to meet a human like you and talk to you. Calorium Fall replied calmly, looking at Sanai Greywall with some tenderness. However, I can't answer your question immediately. So I can't accept your compliments. I will only regard them as cheap flattery. This word is not used correctly, Sanai. Based on my study and understanding of human language, flattery is usually used by the inferior to the superior, and you are the inferior. I don't think so. Sanai Greywall shook her head and responded to Calorium Fall with a firm look. In my opinion, you are just a guest who came to Earth, and I am the host. I dare to be honest about everything about me, but you can only hide your head and show your tail, wrap yourself in a mysterious robe, and dare not show anything. No matter which one, you can only be an inferior. Interesting remarks. It is sophistry, but it is reasonable. This is what the teachers and masters said. Is it what I should learn? Teachers? Masters? Sanai Greywall was stunned after hearing this, and then gave a look to Reynold Harding. The latter understood and immediately marked the two words. So, I plan to make a deal with you. Don't you Earth people like to make deals very much? Calorium Fall said with a smile. What deal? Sanai Greywall's expression became serious. This is a very good opportunity, but it also depends on the content of the deal. If she is asked to sell out the Earth and humans, she will never agree. Answer my questions, and I'll tell you part of the answers you want to know. How about that? I think this is a fair deal. Calorium Fall said. Sanai Greywall suddenly felt a strong desire in her heart, and she wanted to agree immediately, but reason eventually overcame her emotions and selfishness, and she looked at Yang Hui on the other screen. What happened to me? Why would I? Sanai Greywall was also afraid at this moment. She was almost controlled by the inexplicable desire that suddenly emerged in her heart, and, just like a person who had lost his memory suddenly regained his memory, She recalled the tit-for-tat in conflict with Yang Hui before, and even earlier, the hatred and murderous intent towards Yang Hui and the promised legion that she had completely forgotten, and the idea of wishing them dead made her feel extremely scared. Obviously I shouldn't be like this. Fortunately, Sanai Greywall breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Hui nod and agree to the deal. She withdrew her thoughts from memories and fears and focused on the present. As for her own abnormality, Sanai Greywall decided to talk to Yang Hui after the end. Okay, I agree, you ask? Huh? It seems you are not the real leader of this unit, Sanai. It's really sad. You should be their leader, but the outsiders took away your due position and power. Calorium Fall looked at Dawn Ersterlin, creation, through the screen of the machine, and his eyes flashed with a light called fear. Your instigation is poor, Calorium Fall. Sanai Greywall's voice was calm and a little angry. Colonel Yang Hui is a respectable man and my teacher. He has taught me and us a lot and protected us many times. The bond between us cannot be discredited by a few words from you. I see. You are playing the same role as teachers and masters? You are indeed worthy of respect. Okay, Calorium Fall, I have agreed to your deal. Ask your question. Sanai Greywall did not intend to continue chatting with Calorium Fall. Although the other party seemed to have nothing to do with Calorium Fall's side, they were also eyeing him from the outside and could not be ignored. They could not give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of them just because of the communication. Okay, I heard it carefully. Calorium Fall also followed Sanai Greywall's wish, but he didn't quite understand. As the future king of the earth, he lowered himself to talk to Sanai Greywall, which was already a charity, but the other party didn't seem willing to accept it. There is a meteorite approaching a planet with a population of 1 billion. If it continues like this, the impact of the meteorite will completely destroy the planet and take away the lives of 1 billion people, and you, who are observing this situation in outer space, have a way to change the trajectory of the meteorite, but if you take action, the meteorite that has changed its orbit will hit a colony with a population of 100 million, what will you do? It's this kind of question. Sanai Greywall was shocked. This kind of two-choice question, no matter which answer you choose, is not the most ideal answer, or, not the correct answer, at least that's what Sanai Greywall thinks. Colonel Yang Hui. No, Sanai, this question can only be answered by you, otherwise the deal will be void. Seeing that Sanai Greywall could not make a decision and was about to ask Yang Hui, Calorium Fall immediately stopped him. Although he was afraid of Yang Hui, he was just an outsider after all. The purpose of his questioning was not to get answers from outsiders, because the answers of outsiders could not be used as a reference for the final judgment, and at the same time, he could not open the door. Sanai Greywall clenched his teeth and was undecided, but at this moment, a memory once again emerged in his mind. Chapter 1362 Stop him, stop me. Colonel Yang Hui, if it were you, what would you do? Of course I would save everyone. But. No buts. Sanai, who can accurately foresee the consequences of something that hasn't happened yet? Even the smallest factors may affect the final outcome, but it hasn't happened yet, right? Didn't happen. Yes, it hasn't happened yet. No one knows what the ending will be. All I can do is to do it with the determination to achieve a perfect ending. As for the final result, that's not something I should consider when I haven't done anything yet. But if, then let me tell you, for me, there is no if. I must do it, even if it costs everything, I must do it. It's been a while since I had this memory. It was when Striga had just set sail. Sanai Greywall asked Yang Hui a question, and this question was almost exactly the same as Calorium Fall's question. At that time, she had no confidence in being a good captain of Striga. It was inevitable that she was hesitant and worried, so she asked Yang Hui such a question. And Yang Hui also gave her an answer she had never imagined, or rather, an answer she wanted but thought was impossible to do anyway. My answer is, save them all. The sonorous answer came out of Sanai Greywall's mouth, like a heavy hammer hitting Calorium Fall's face. What really shocked Calorium Fall was not the content of the answer. In his memory, there were too many similar answers. This naive idea was an interesting joke to Calorium Fall, and it was also the best proof of his lack of wisdom. He had already set the preconditions and could only choose one of the two, but he still had to choose all of them. It was simply stupid. Obviously, Sanai Greywall should also be classified by him as a stupid group. However, What shocked him was that, unlike the other respondents who appeared to be strong on the outside but were actually weak on the inside in his memory, Mitsuha Greywale's eyes were full of courage and determination. It was not just a response made in a hurry, but she was really sure that she could do it. This was something that Calorium Fall had never encountered before and had never appeared in his memory. You are so stupid, Sanai. You shouldn't be such a fool. Do you need me to repeat it again? My question is. No, I know very well what your question is, and this is also my answer. No matter how many times you repeat it, I will not change my answer. You broke the rules, Sanai. Calorium Fall's tone changed from gentle to indifferent. I will not agree with such an answer. But you just want me to answer your question, and never asked me to choose one of the two answers you provided. This is sophistry. The choice is already included in the question. But I don't choose, I have my own answer. I won't follow your train of thought, Calorium Fall. Calorium Fall rarely experienced what anger was. Sanai Greywale was not a martial artist, but if the other party really didn't choose, let alone he would not be able to make an accurate judgment, even. Zizizi. Just as Calorium Fall was thinking about what to do, an unknown high-energy reaction occurred next to the ruins of the Golden Edge. The arc quickly expanded from a small point and spread into a terrible energy storm. An unknown high-energy reaction has been detected. Everyone defend. Sanai Greywale understood that it must be Calorium Fall's question and his own answer that caused all this to happen. Boom. The door actually opened. Calorium Fall's body was protected by many drones and was not hit by the energy aftermath, but he stared blankly at the rising blood red light column at this moment. It shouldn't be. I haven't made a judgment yet. How could the door open? Could it be? Thinking of the only possibility, Calorium Fall looked in the direction of Drestriga. In horror, to be precise, he looked at Sanai Greywale. Her answer was recognized. In other words, the two answers that the teachers and masters told me are not the only two answers. Other answers will also be recognized. They can also open the door. The current phenomenon impacted Calorium Fall's common sense. In his heart, everything the teachers and masters said was the truth. Everything they said was irrefutable. Everything they required must be achieved, and it would definitely be achieved, and there would be no variables. As a result, now, variables appeared, right in front of him. Could it be that the teachers and masters are not omniscient and omnipotent? Why is this? Wait. Why would I question the teachers and masters? This was the first time since Calorium Fall was born that he questioned the teachers and masters who were both fathers and gods. At this moment, he learned what questioning meant. Shua. At this moment, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, had come to the machine driven by Calorium Fall, and its palm fell on his machine. In the blink of an eye, the emerald green crystals instantly completely wrapped up the machine, not only the outer shell, but also the inside, turning the entire machine into emerald green crystals. Calorium Fall in the cockpit was also covered with emerald green crystals, leaving only his head. The machines protecting Calorium Fall were all destroyed by Flagabskneden, Cut, and other machines, and all their weapons were locked on the machine of Flagabskneden, Cut. Any abnormal movement would be shot down immediately. Do you know what you are doing? An outsider from another world. Calorium Fall didn't worry about his own safety at all, but just asked Yang Hui coldly. Of course, Calorium Fall. Yang Hui replied calmly, just capturing prisoners. Just you? Dare to treat the king of this world like this? Are people in the other world so uneducated? Education is worthless to the enemy. Haha, it's indeed a primitive species that can only destroy. Although I still can't understand whether Sanai's answer is left-leaning or right-leaning, since the door has been opened, let's judge based on your behavior. The balance is tilted to the left. I am very interested in the words you say now, and I hope you can bear it. Door, balance, left-leaning, right-leaning. These words Yang Hui thinks are very important, and may be related to the core of this world, as well as the Temple of Slaughter and the Knights, especially the door. The blockade that the Temple of Slaughter and the Knights want to break through, the need for the army of the Temple of Slaughter to invade this world in an all-out manner, doesn't it just correspond to the concept of door? Sorry, I'm not interested in staying with crude primitive species. As soon as the voice fell, the emerald green crystal wrapped around Calorium Fall exploded, and Calorium Fall was intact. At the same time, a beam of blue light enveloped him. Don't even think about it. Under Yang Hui's assimilation, Calorium Fall's body was completely transformed into emerald green dust and shattered. The palm of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, tightly grasped Dawn Ersterlin, creation, in its hand, and the emerald green crystal once again enveloped Calorium Fall. Unlike before when he was just wrapped, this time, Yang Hui assimilated all of his body except for his head, leaving only the head as the original biological tissue. This is it. Yang Hui originally planned to directly assimilate Calorium Fall and receive his memory, but when the assimilation was about to proceed to the brain, a special spiritual energy blocked the assimilation phenomenon. When Yang Hui was about to break through the blockage of this spiritual energy, he sensed a familiar feeling from this spiritual energy, and at the same time, his consciousness was also pulled into a special space. This special space was very familiar to Yang Hui. It was the dark space he arrived in the strange dream. It was still pitch black around him, and the only light was still the distant and unreachable glimmer. It turned out to be here. Yang Hui was surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Now is not the time to explore here, how to go back. Calorium Fall has not been completely assimilated yet, and may escape at any time. In addition to him, there is another unknown force that has not been dealt with. This is not the time to explore here leisurely. It stands to reason, my current body is just consciousness, and my consciousness can play a role here, so. Thinking of this, Yang Hui began to repeat the idea of wake up and go back. It works. As Yang Hui expected, the body composed of consciousness began to become illusory, but the speed was very slow, as if there was something here that was affecting Yang Hui and didn't want him to leave. Find me, the original you, the final me, find me. It was a familiar whisper again, but Yang Hui was in no mood to pay attention to it. It was just that he had heard this sentence thousands of times, and he couldn't understand it at all, and there was no change. And now was not the time to dwell on this sentence. As Yang Hui's thoughts became stronger and stronger, the body composed of consciousness had become transparent, and it was just a little bit away from disappearing completely. However, just before Yang Hui disappeared, the voice became a little clearer, the words became more coherent, and more familiar. Find me, the first you, the final me, we don't have much time, you must find me, stop him, stop me. Yang Hui. Yang Hui. With Graham's call, Yang Hui's consciousness returned to his body. He looked up and saw that, Flagabskneten, Cut, and other machines firmly guarded, Dawn Ersterlin, creation, in the center. Graham. Ugh. Chapter 1363 I finally caught you. Calorium Fall, held in the hand of Ersterlin, creation, has completely turned into a human-shaped emerald crystal cluster, and Yang Hui suddenly has some more memories in his mind, not many, and not in line with the number of memories of an adult, but for Calorium Fall, it is normal, which also confirms all previous speculations. Are you okay? Graham asked with concern. It stands to reason that Yang Hui would feel uncomfortable when assimilating and receiving a person's memory. After all, it was the first time to do so, but it would not be so intense, and there would not be no reaction for 3 or 4 seconds. It's okay. How long has it been? Yang Hui asked. 4.85 seconds. Yet, Yang Hui shook his head and focused his attention. Fortunately, he didn't waste too much time. Give the order to launch an annihilation operation against another force. They are all subordinates of the Hook Claw Man. Understood. Yang Hui's current state is not suitable to appear in front of everyone. His slightly pale face can easily distract them, so Graham conveyed this order on his behalf. Drestriga and White Fortress launched a fierce attack on the army of Mecha armor. The other party's attempt to talk was useless, even if they held a large number of ordinary people in Phnom Penh hostage. The moment before they were about to tear their faces apart, they were stopped by the mysterious attack of Nightingale Transfer. The rest is the task that the Londo Bell team and Aggie St. Claus and other MIS troops affiliated with Drestriga need to complete. How is it? Cruz asked. After assimilating Calorium Fall, he also obtained information about unknown forces, which is what Cruz cares about most. We have gained a lot. We will explain it after the battle is over. Yang Hui said, while summarizing and classifying the newly received memories and intelligence. No problem. As Cruz's shadow disappeared, Yang Hui looked at Drestriga, and a dangerous look flashed in his eyes. The legacy of God's civilization finally caught you. The battle was over soon. Aggie St. Claus and others had already integrated all the training in a large number of disparate battles. It is not certain how strong their individual combat power is, but the close cooperation between each other has increased their combat power exponentially. In their eyes, enemy aircraft that are several times larger than them are no longer a flood and beast, and they can all calmly fight. Colonel Yang Hui, I have something to talk to you about. As soon as Dawn Ersterlin, creation, returned to the hangar of Dreisliga, Sanai Greywall came to the door, with a serious but somewhat embarrassed expression on his face. Have all the post-war related matters been arranged? Yang Hui asked Sanai Greywall. Everything is arranged. Sanai Greywall nodded. Well, very good. Notify the heads of each department and the members of the Mecha unit to come to the conference room for a meeting in half an hour, so you only have half an hour. Yang Hui said to Sanai Greywall as he walked towards the locker room. No problem, half an hour is enough. Okay, wait until I change my clothes, and then I will go to the captain's room to find you. Looking forward to your presence. Yang Hui didn't know why Sanai Greywall wanted to talk to him privately, but thinking of Sanai Greywall's persistence in going to Phnom Penh and her feelings, she must have had some new feelings, or had some induction to the blood red light column. So a few minutes later, Yang Hui changed his uniform and came to the captain's room, where Sanai Greywall and Reynold Harding were already waiting. Captain Sanai, what do you want to talk to me about? Yang Hui asked Sanai Greywall. It's like this, Captain Yang Hui, I've been acting a little strange lately. Sanai Greywall said, and this topic made Yang Hui stun for a moment, and he looked at Reynold Harding who was standing beside him. Reynold Harding also shook his head. He was also shocked by Sanai Greywall's sudden confession. He hadn't noticed any signs before. What do you mean? Captain Sanai, can you tell me more specifically? Yang Hui asked with a frown, and moved closer to Sanai Greywall to test her. Sanai Greywall's expression was very complicated, and two attitudes collided fiercely in her heart. One side thought that she shouldn't be like this, and companions should be honest with each other, and she shouldn't have such thoughts. The other side kept warning Sanai Greywall that Yang Hui was her enemy, the one who took away her status and power, and it was normal and right to hate him and want to kill him, and she should hate him. But in the end, reason defeated frenzy, integrity defeated greed, kindness defeated hatred, and Sanai Greywall calmed down and began to tell what she had noticed was wrong. I'm very sorry, Colonel Yang Hui, I don't know why I have such an idea, but it's true, so I'm sorry. Since it's an apology, what are you holding in your hand? Yang Hui's tone was like a person without any emotion, and there was no warmth in his tone, which frightened Sanai Greywall who was lowering her head. She looked up suddenly and found that Yang Hui was actually very close. When did she get close to Yang Hui? Wait. What's in her hand? Question mark. Why is she holding a gun? Feeling pain from her wrist, Sanai Greywall shifted her sight and was horrified to find that she was holding a handgun in her hand, and her wrist was tightly controlled by Yang Hui's big hand, deviating from the direction of the muzzle. Otherwise, the muzzle should be facing Yang Hui's left chest, which is the position of the heart. Vice Captain Reynold, what on earth is going on? Sanai Greywall turned her head and looked at Reynold Harding again, wanting to ask what happened, but before she could ask, she saw Reynold Harding also pointed his gun at her, his expression as if he was looking at an enemy. I really don't know. Sanai Greywall turned her head stiffly, and tried to explain something in a panic, but Yang Hui's cold eyes were enough to freeze her soul. Look. This is the fate of telling him. The voice that had been instigating Sanai Greywall to hate Yang Hui and kill Yang Hui appeared again in her mind, and it was extremely clear. Sanai Greywall was like looking at another person standing in front of her. It was a blonde woman with golden embellishments all over her body. The veil covering her head was shining with a faint blue light, the same as the ring on her head. She should have been noble and dignified, but the hideous expression on her face destroyed it completely. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you doing this? Shut up. Pariah. I am your creator. You just need to obey my orders. Lowly earthling. Are you finally not hiding? The last survivor of the civilization of God, Archidachia. Who? Suddenly, a voice different from the blonde woman and Sanai Greywall came into their ears. As a golden light lit up beside the two of them, Yang Hui stood in front of them with his hands in his pockets. It's you? How could you? Archidachia's face was full of horror. How could Yang Hui come to this special space? He had looked for her countless times before, but he had never found her hiding place, let alone knew her origin and name. I have to say that the alien named Calorium Fall is very valuable. The information he provided connected everything together: Drestliga, God's civilization; Eos, the questioner who overthrew God's civilization; the special data spiritual space; and you, the last survivor of God's civilization, Eos, Archidachia. Tisk. That pariah, he actually ruined my good thing. After cursing, Archidachia wanted to disappear and escape, because Yang Hui had been unable to find her and had not discovered this hiding place before, so she dared to stay boldly by Sanai Greywale's side, influencing and bewitching her. However, being discovered here does not mean that Archidachia will surrender. However, as soon as the idea of escaping by means arose, her expression became unbelievable, because she found that she could not leave here. It's useless, Archidachia. He walked to Sanai Greywale, patted her on the shoulder, gave her an encouraging smile, and then looked at Archidachia with a cold face. The data spirit space has both data and spirit characteristics. It can't be found by ordinary spirit wave exploration or single data space search, but fortunately, Mabe is good enough to develop a small device that can temporarily digitize consciousness in such a short time. Only by looking carefully can you find that Yang Hui is wearing a small black device behind his ear, and the green light of the indicator light keeps flashing. This is the result that Mabe brought to Yang Hui on the way to the captain's room after changing clothes. Unexpectedly, it happened to come in handy. My student is well taken care of by you, Archidachia. As Yang Hui's voice fell, a powerful spirit wave burst out from Yang Hui's body, as if countless invisible big hands lifted Archidachia into the air, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. To be honest, I have thought about it. Although you also have the characteristics of data life, you should have very strong mental waves after living for so many years. However, I am disappointed that your mental waves are ridiculously weak. Crack on. After speaking, the invisible hand completely crushed Archidachia's right palm, and he screamed miserably. The research data of Drestriga is scarce and intermittent. I am very surprised. Although I am airborne, I am also the director of research and development. I have some reservations, right? But I have searched through all the information, including Fix Blackwood's private database, and I didn't find any clues, so I am sure that there is something wrong with this battleship. Crack. This time, the right arm was folded in a twisted shape. Fisk Blackwood's first call raised my alert to the highest level. After all, he was still on Earth and was able to forcibly interfere with the communication system of the Dresslinger and observe our every move, so I began to inspect the battleship. What doubted me most was the AOS, which had never been able to unlock the black box. Until now, I still have only a vague understanding of the research on AOS, but if I say that I noticed your presence, it was your first time snooping, right? Click. Stop. Stop. Pariah. Huh? You still have the energy to curse? It seems that your strength is not enough. Click. Yang. Colonel Yang Hui. Originally, Yang Hui's arrival and encouraging smile brought her peace of mind and courage, but Yang Hui, who was so ruthless, made her fear from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 1364 Punishment. Yang Hui's mental waves were everywhere, and Sanai Greywale's emotional changes were naturally within his perception, but Yang Hui did not explain to Sanai Greywale, as if she did not exist at all. Since then, I have been trying to find you. You are indeed proud of your dual-form characteristics of data and consciousness. If it were not for the information provided by Calorium Fall, I really would not have been able to find you. Oh, by the way, there is also that gene that everyone in this world has. Mabe is indeed a genius. She can discover the existence of this abnormal gene based on the physical examination reports of everyone. Although it is not clear what the gene is used for, since you have been caught, Fisk Blackwood should tell me the answer, and you. Catcha. The purpose of leaving it behind is to use it as experimental material. Colonel Yang Hui, please stop. Just as Yang Hui was about to crush all Archidachia's limbs, Sanai Greywale grabbed Yang Hui from behind and pleaded timidly, she has no ability to resist anymore, please don't torture her anymore. Even if she has controlled you? And has she influenced all members of Drestriga? Yang Hui didn't even look at Sanai Greywale. Although the invisible big hand stopped the crushing action, the force did not relax at all. With just a thought, all the bones of Archidachia's limbs would be crushed. She has no ability to resist. Colonel Yang Hui, we should not abuse her anymore. After all, Even though she's a captive, please, don't go crazy because of her. Yang Hui finally moved his sight, turned his head slightly to look at Sanaigre, and the invisible big hand that had been imprisoning Achidachi also loosened. Without support, Achidachi was thrown to the ground like a rag. The shrill screams had exhausted her physical strength, and the severe pain made her lie on the ground motionless. I feel good after letting it out. Yang Hui exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes clear, as if the cruelty and brutality just now did not exist at all. If it were not for the miserable state of Achidachi, Sanaigre would not believe that the cruel torture just now really happened. Yang Hui. Colonel. Okay, I've been suppressed for a long time, just letting it out. Yang Hui waved his hand, asking Sanaigre not to be so nervous, and I won't vent to my own people. This. Okay, I understand. It is impossible to say that she is not nervous. Sanaigre can't forget everything that happened just now because of Yang Hui's recovery in 2 or 3 words. Yes, the torture did not happen to her, but her enemy was tortured, but, so what? A girl who has never seen torture and is kind-hearted, watching someone being cruelly tortured in front of her, anyone would be traumatized, right? Okay, let's go back to our own bodies first. I'm watching Achidachi and she can't run away. My own body. Sanaigre was stunned for a moment, looked at herself, and then looked around. It was still the captain's room of Drestriga, but it was different. Reynold Harding was gone, and the pistol he was holding was gone too. This is the data mental space where Achidachi is hiding, similar to a special consciousness space. I also came here to find you and her through the gadgets made by Mabe. If you are. If I am. Sanaigre became nervous. First, she doesn't have the things made by Mabe. Second, she is not a mental wave user. As for the consciousness space, she is now in a state similar to the soul leaving the body. She doesn't know how she was brought here. It should be related to Achidachi, but how to go back? She has no idea. Don't worry, just follow my instructions. Yang Hui told Sanaigre not to be nervous. His mental waves were enough to guide others' consciousness back to their bodies, but the premise was that their bodies were still intact. Okay. Although Sanaigre was nervous, she had no other choice, and she believed in Yang Hui. Now, close your eyes, abandon all distracting thoughts, and just think that you want to go back to your body. Yang Hui guided Sanaigre softly. Sanaigre did as she was told, closed her eyes, suppressed her nervousness and fear, and kept repeating the thought I want to go back to my body in her mind, and then, until Yang Hui was sure that Sanaigre had entered the state, he bent his fingers and flicked her forehead lightly, and then, Sanaigre suddenly opened her eyes, fumbled up and down, and saw the existence of Reynold Harding again, and confirmed that she had returned to her body. Captain Sanai, please stop all actions. Reynold Harding was frightened by Sanaigre and almost fired accidentally. It's okay, Vice Captain Reynold, Captain Sanai is okay. Yang Hui also opened his eyes at this time. Seeing Reynold Harding's nervous look, he immediately stretched out his other hand and lifted the muzzle of Reynold Harding's gun. He hadn't fired yet, but if his trembling fingers accidentally fired, Sanaigre would really be gone. Colonel Yang Hui. Faced with Yang Hui's sudden action, Reynold Harding was nervous and was about to pull the trigger. Fortunately, Yang Hui was quick-witted and pinched his wrist. He let go of the gun in pain and was taken away by Yang Hui. I said it's okay. Do you want to send the captain away and take over yourself? Yang Hui teased. Please don't scare me. Anyone would be scared by this, right? Reynold Harding blushed and cursed in shame and anger. So you still have a lot to learn. Yang Hui smiled, so Graham wouldn't be scared, and neither would the many battle-hardened warriors in the Promised Legion. Colonel Yang Hui, what happened? Where's the culprit you mentioned? Reynold Harding asked. Just 5 minutes ago, Sanaigre suddenly froze and his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. At that time, Yang Hui told Reynold Harding that he was going to catch the culprit, and then he closed his eyes and stood with Sanaigre for 5 minutes. Don't worry, he's already caught. Yang Hui pointed to his brain. The data spirit space was indeed very special. If it weren't for the device developed by Mabe, he really couldn't get in, but the data spirit body was also a spirit body. Although it was special, Yang Hui's mental waves were enough to imprison it. As long as the main body was found, it could not escape. Now Achidachi was being imprisoned in her brain by Yang Hui's mental waves. As long as Yang Hui was not dead, she could not escape this. Reynold Harding was annoyed and depressed. Who would understand this? This is completely beyond my professional scope, okay? Question mark. Okay, Reynold, these are all trivial matters. I will tell you the details at the subsequent reporting meeting. Now, Sanai, do you feel better? Yang Hui asked Sanai Greywillet, who had not yet fully recovered. Colonel Yang Hui. Vice Captain Reynold. I feel very relaxed. After getting rid of the influence of Ochidachia, Sanai Greywillet's first feeling was relief, and then guilt and confusion. I'm sorry, Colonel Yang Hui, Vice Captain Reynold. No need to apologize, Captain Sanai. But Sanai Greywillet knew what Yang Hui was going to say to comfort her. This is not your fault. You were just influenced and manipulated by Ochidachia. It's none of your business. But how could she accept this kind of comfort? Yang Hui was her teacher, her guide on the path of captain, and her many companions savior, but she showed hatred and murderous intentions towards Yang Hui, and even openly instigated discord, destroying Yang Hui's image in everyone's mind, shaking his prestige, and almost causing an internal split in Drestriga. All of these things could not be brushed aside with a simple, "It wasn't you who did it, you were just influenced." Listen to me, Sanai. Yang Hui patted Sanai Greywillet on the shoulder and said, I'm not going to comfort you. My students never need comfort. There will definitely be punishment for those things. After all, my students were so easily influenced, which is embarrassing for me. I understand, Colonel Yang Hui. I will report to General Rebel and resign. Lieutenant Colonel Sanai Greywillet, you will be relieved of your duties as the General Manager of Dragi Cruise and the Captain of Drestliga, but since there is no suitable person to take over and Dragi Cruise is in the mission period, you will continue to serve as the acting captain. Huh? What's wrong? I am the inspector of Dragi Cruise and have the right to appoint and dismiss any personnel transfer within Dragi Cruise. Yang Hui said as a matter of course. No, I mean, that's it. Sanai Greywillet was stunned. Is there any difference between this level of punishment and no punishment? Of course not. Sure enough. Also, you have been punished once within the Federal Army, but luckily, you are still young and there will be many opportunities in the future. And then. Sanai Greywillet waited for a long time for the next step, but it didn't come. No more? Oh, yes, there's indeed one more thing. Remember to apologize to everyone one by one. After all, you are the former head of this unit. When something like this happens, you still have to win back the people's hearts. No more. No more. No, shouldn't I be dismissed, arrested, and sent to a military court? Sanai Greywillet had a ridiculous expression on her face. According to the military regulations and disciplines she learned at the 30th Non-Commissioned Officer Academy, the mistakes she made were enough to be charged as a traitor. Even if she was given a lighter sentence, she should still be expelled from the army. Aren't you going to say it? There is no suitable person to replace you. I don't have time to be the captain of Drestliga. Instructor Reynold. Report. I am not capable of being a captain. Before Sanai Greywillet finished speaking, Reynold Harding stood at attention and objected loudly. Look. Yang Hui spread his hands, with a teasing smile on his face. Chapter 1365 Intelligence Summary. Fisk, are you still not going to speak? Yang Hui was looking at Fisk Blackwood in the pad at this time, with a calm expression. After controlling Ochidachia, 10 minutes before the meeting, Yang Hui contacted the Intelligence Department of the Federal Army Headquarters and contacted Fisk Blackwood, who is under house arrest. How can I trust you? Fisk Black was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. Every time he met him before, including the follow-up inquiries from the Intelligence Department, he was silent and never spoke. Now, Yang Hui accurately said the two names of the civilization of God, Eos, and Ochidachia, and finally made Fisk Blackwood loosen up. Isn't it enough that I can say the two names, Eos, and Ochidachia? Yang Hui said. Not enough. Fisk Blackwood answered without hesitation, unless you let me see her. That's impossible. Yang Hui pointed to his head again. She is imprisoned here now. You are not a user of mental waves and cannot see her. Even if I can use the quantum communication field to verify the authenticity, I will not go to the Federal Army headquarters in a short time. Then I have nothing to say. Fisk Blackwood did not get the evidence he wanted, so he simply shut up again and returned to silence. I'm only reminding you one last time, Fisk Blackwood. Yang Hui's flat tone was mixed with coldness and ruthlessness. The secret you kept is nothing more than the information related to Eos and Uchidachia. Through the assimilation of Calorium Fall, I learned about the divine civilization, Eos, Drestriga, and Uchidachia. As for more information, I still have Uchidachia in my hands. Your value is not that high anymore. If you continue to be so stubborn, you can't take off the hat of traitor. Hearing this, Fisk Blackwood remained silent, but his expression was distorted, with pain, surprise, expectation, twitching, constantly changing. Yang Hui knew that he was shaken, but it was not enough. The wall guarding his heart had not completely collapsed. At this time, Kane, who replaced Cruz to stay at the headquarters, interrupted the communication. Commander-in-Chief, after inspection, it is confirmed that the special protection in Fisk Blackwood's brain has disappeared and can be replaced. Then do it. Since Fisk Blackwood is no longer so valuable, and the special protection in his brain has been imprisoned in his brain along with Uchidachia, there is no need to continue wasting time with him. It is undeniable that Fisk Blackwood is a talent. He joined the army as a civilian, and then stepped up to his current position step by step. The glorious military exploits he needed were all made by him with his own hands. He is definitely a Tiger General. It was not until he participated in a special mission that all team members except him died, and he began to slowly withdraw from the front line. But it was also after that mission that Drestriga also came to the Earth Federation Army and secretly launched a research plan. Yang Hui can conclude that the mission is related to Drestriga and the civilization of God, Eos. But there are more talents than just Fisk Blackwood. He is not worth Yang Hui's money. He has been under house arrest for so long, and no information has been provided. He is also well-fed and well-fed. This is already merciful enough. Now, since the magic envoy can be replaced directly, there is no point in keeping him. Wait? Fisk Blackwood was a little panicked. He did fight against the intelligence department with the mentality of dying rather than surrendering. But the other party obviously knew some of the information, and the last support was gone. With his understanding of the special race of the intelligence department, he would no longer be himself in the future, but another person wearing his own skin, completely replacing his existence, which is more difficult to accept than any torture. Are you going to tell me? Friendly reminder, this is the last chance, and no bargaining is accepted. Be careful with your words, Fisk. What do you want to know? The last straw that broke the camel's back had fallen, and Fisk Blackwood's psychological defense line completely collapsed. In addition to what I just mentioned, is there anything else we need to know? Yang Hui asked Fisk Blackwood. That gene. Fisk Blackwood said, revealing important information that the other party didn't know yet. That gene was named the obedience gene by the civilization of God, Eos. Its function is to completely obey the orders of the Eos people. Is this the reason why Sanai and the others were affected? Yang Hui understood that it turned out that the reason why everyone was subtly influenced was not the bewitching of the mental wave, but this gene. That's right. What about you? According to Fisk Blackwood, he is also a human in this world, and should also be affected. Combined with his previous uncooperative attitude, it can be inferred that he is deeply affected by that gene. That mission, you should know. When Fisk Blackwood opened his first sentence, he relaxed a lot, and the mountain on his shoulders was removed, but at the same time he looked a little older. It was during that mission that we discovered the remains of the civilization of God, Eos, and recovered a ship that became the body of Drestriga. As the person in charge at the time, I came into contact with Uchidachia, the last survivor of Eos. It was at that time that I was dominated by her because of the obedience gene imprinted in my body. Humans have considerable individual differences in their sensitivity to obedience genes, and Uchidachia also knew this. So in order to dominate all of us, she used the maximum power of the domination wave at all costs. The result was that everyone present, except me, became insane and died on the spot. Because I was the only chess piece in her hand, she weakened the intensity of the domination wave to ensure my safety. It was this move that gave me the opportunity. It took me about 3 years to rely on the most primitive means to maintain my sanity through the pain of the flesh, and only then did I have a strong spirit enough to resist the domination wave. So you always thought that we were also Uchidachia's pawns, or the pioneers of the questioners, to test or torture you. Yang Hui finally understood why Fisk Blackwood refused to be persuaded and remained silent. Instead, at the beginning, He kept repeating words such as save the earth, last chance, and protect humanity to provide himself with spiritual support. Yes, if you are Achidachi's pawns, then everything I have done in the past 8 years will be in vain, and the earth and mankind will lose the last chance and completely become Achidachi's slaves, and the questioners are not good birds either. I agree with this point. Is there anything else? The important intelligence is gone, and I will sort out and hand in some trivial intelligence. Fisk Blackwood said. Okay. Yang Hui looked at the time and it was almost time. You will participate in the intelligence summary meeting later remotely, as evidence, and tell everyone your plan. Understood. Kane. Yang Hui's eyes moved slightly downward and looked at Kane, who had been communicating but remained silent. Please give your orders. 3 minutes, take him to change into a clean uniform, pack up, and prepare for the meeting. Yes. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui stood up, tidied his clothes a little, and then went to the meeting room. After entering the room, he found that except for him, all the participants were present, including Black from the White Fortress, Mile Yashio, and some department representatives. You are late. Cruz, who was sitting in the first row, teased. Not a second late. He raised his hand and pointed to the time on his watch. At this time, the time had arrived at the agreed meeting time. Okay. Cruz shrugged, looking bored. Yang Hui walked to the podium, sorted out the trivial information a little, and put it on the big screen so that everyone could see it clearly. I believe everyone knows that the purpose of this meeting is that I assimilated Calorium Fall, so I got his memory. The identity of this group of unknown enemies is clear. They are the questioners. Questioners. X, and everyone was stunned. This name is really strange. Although the conversation with Sanai Griwale before being assimilated was indeed asking questions, would anyone really use questioners as the name of a force? Yes, questioners, originally one of the civilizations created by the god civilization, Eos. The so-called god civilization, Eos, is. Then, Yang Hui shared the information of the god civilization, Eos, with everyone present. Cruz gave a look to his subordinates around him and immediately recorded it. Eos was once one of the highest-level cosmic civilizations in the universe. It planted seeds of life in countless galaxies, and the human beings on Earth were one of them. However, the management model of the god civilization, Eos, was very cruel. They regarded themselves as the creator and regarded all the created lives as pariahs. Only the people of Eos were supreme. In order to better control the created creatures, maintain the existing order and their supreme status, all lives have a obedience gene, which is controlled by dominating fluctuations. And the questioner was once one of the civilizations created by the god civilization, Eos. However, the questioner was dissatisfied with the brutal rule of Eos, and eventually overthrew the rule of the god civilization, Eos, exterminating all the people of Eos, leaving only Ochidachia as the only seedling, thus becoming the new overlord of the universe. Chapter 1366 The Question of the Third Power. The idea advocated by the questioner is different from that of the civilization of God, Eos. It is not a brutal dictatorship, but a group of supreme commanders who master the truth form a council. Every time they come into contact with other civilizations, they will send representatives to investigate, just like Calorium Fall, asking questions to the representatives of each civilization, and tilting the scale of the final judgment according to the other party's answers. The scale called truth has ignorance on the right and danger on the left. When the final result appears, if the scale tilts to the left and the danger is greater than the ignorance, it is judged that the civilization is extremely dangerous and must be completely eliminated. If the scale tilts to the right and the ignorance is greater than the danger, it is judged that the civilization needs the guidance of the questioner, and a ruler like Calorium Fall will be sent to descend. So, Fisk Blackwood said that the questioner is not a good bird either. He said that he was completely different from the civilization of God, Eos, but he still put himself in a high position and regarded the balance of truth as the ultimate truth. The factors that affected him were all based on the premise that the questioner was an ant, ignorant, and dangerous. It was either destruction or being ruled. Is there really any difference between the questioner and the civilization of God, Eos? Hell, they are all birds of a feather. Liu Longma folded his hands and sneered. Sure enough, those aliens were not good. That's right, and they attacked us without any explanation at the beginning. No matter how reasonable, they are not. Ida Longsheng's speech was agreed by all the visitors from the other world. When they first came to this world, They were basically attacked by the questioner, and they were all drones, without any intention of communicating. There are always people who think of themselves as gods sitting in the sky, but they don't know that no matter how high the throne is, there will be a day when it will be overturned. Cruz had a gloomy smile on his face, but his calm tone was frightening, and he subconsciously stayed away from him. So our goal is clear. We need to knock these self-righteous gods off their pedestals and tell them that they have chosen the wrong opponent. Graham said passionately. Although Calorium Fall aroused his strong interest, it was still a force at the level of the universe's hegemon, right? There must be some experts who act as a front, right? There are more problems than these. Yang Hui shook his head. If he only read the memory of Calorium Fall once, it was indeed as Graham said, but if he read it several times and studied it carefully, he would find some unusual places. The questioner is indeed an enemy we must defeat, but it is only one of them. The current situation on Earth is still complicated and in crisis. The base camp of the Hell Legion has not been found yet. The Overlord King and Overlord's dependents are still wreaking havoc everywhere. The true identity and source of the invaders have not been figured out. Uluguru, Pentacona and Zanskar Empire are eyeing them covetously. There is also the kingdom of Kaluwit and the monsters of Sephiro in the other world. Listening to Yang Hui naming the hostile forces that have been confirmed now, the people who were originally somewhat relaxed became nervous again. The huge stone pressing on their hearts just lightened a little, and then pressed back again. Yes, they still have so many enemies to face. Then Colonel Yang Hui, where's that Ochidachia now? Jian Tai also asked Yang Hui. This is a key figure. The potential conflict on Dreisliga is caused by her. If she is not caught as soon as possible, Drei Cruz may collapse internally, not to mention facing hostile forces from all sides. Here, she can't go anywhere and can't do anything. Yang Hui pointed to his head. Speaking of this, Mabe, I'll give you a great credit. Huh? That's really great. Mabe's face was full of teasing, and she said the words of surprise in a teasing manner. Too perfunctory. However, your research needs to continue, whether it is the secret of AOS, or the countermeasure of obedience gene. Although according to known intelligence, Ochidachia is the last survivor of EOS, no one knows whether there will be a second or third one. Therefore, the countermeasure of obedience gene must be completed, and AOS, the intelligence system from EOS, if it can be mass-produced and popularized, whether it is military or civilian, it will be upgraded to a higher level. Understood, Colonel Yang Hui. I will continue to study it even if you don't say it. Mabe said with a smile. These two projects are the focus of her responsibility. What happened before will be the same now. She will continue until the research is thorough. In the field of research, she has no bad habit of giving up halfway. Well, you have worked hard. The countermeasures of obedience gene don't need to be carried out secretly anymore, and I will also find an opportunity to torture Ochidachia to see if I can get more information. That's great. Then, regarding Captain Mitsuha, the following punishment measures are now announced. Yang Hui glanced at Mitsuha Greywale sitting in the first row. Wait. Colonel Yang Hui. Sanai is just... When they heard that Sanai Greywale was going to be punished, the members of the 30th NCO Academy could not sit still, and Aggie St. Claus was the most anxious. Forgot my rules. Yang Hui narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd, frightening the excited people to tremble all over. But when they thought of the severe punishment that Sanai Greywale was going to face, they gathered their courage again. You can punish me if you want, but I can't just watch Sanai suffer and do nothing. Aggie St. Claus looked directly at Yang Hui, facing the oppressive feeling of the storm. Don't say that she was just influenced by others and it's none of her business. As the head of Drei Cruz and the captain of Dreisliga, she is responsible for the lives of all the people in this unit and this ship. No matter what her original intention was, she was influenced and bewitched without realizing it, and took corresponding actions. That was wrong. Since she was wrong, she must be punished. Most of the people present are adults. If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Everyone understands this principle. Yang Hui said to Aggie St. Claus in a stern voice. This is the army, not a gang. No one talks about loyalty with you. It's not a family. No one talks about emotions with you. There are only rules and orders. But Sanai. I'll say it for the last time. I don't like to be interrupted when I'm talking. I will leave enough time for everyone to ask questions. Now, listen to me. Yang Hui's eyes have become dangerous. This is not a test or a test, but he is really unhappy. I understand. Aggie St. Claus understood the meaning of this sentence and will give you a chance to refute, but not now. Listen to him first, otherwise, don't blame him for being rude. After Aggie St. Claus sat down obediently, Yang Hui looked around at the members of the 30th NCO Academy. Under the threat of Yang Hui's words and pressure, they were unwilling but still sat down obediently, waiting for the opportunity to ask questions and debate. However, after Yang Hui announced the punishment for Sanai Greywall, they were dumbfounded. That was it? Okay, now it's time for questions. Does anyone have any questions? The scene was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Aggie St. Claus and the members who graduated from the 30th NCO Academy. They couldn't hide their teasing and mocking expressions. Aggie St. Claus and the members who graduated from the 30th NCO Academy, who were being watched by everyone, blushed and buried their heads lower and lower. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Their toes were almost going through the soles of their shoes. They dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on the steel floor. It was really embarrassing. No. Yang Hui's expression also became malicious. Aggie. No one called me, no one called me, no one called me. Aggie St. Claus. Here. He was called for the second time, and he stood up awkwardly, which attracted more attention. Is there a problem? No, no more. Aggie St. Claus shook his head repeatedly. Really? No. Then why were you so impulsive just now? I just thought. Why? Are you worried that your girlfriend will be court-martialed? Or expelled from the army? Yang Hui teased. I'm not. Colonel Yang Hui. Not only Aggie St. Claus, but even Sanai Greywall also screamed in shame and anger. Originally, she was very moved by Aggie St. Claus's friendship with her. Even if she had to face Yang Hui's anger, she would defend her and even bear the punishment with her. Moreover, to be honest, Sanai Greywall also had a good impression of Aggie St. Claus. The other party supported her at all costs and fought side by side with her for many times. It was impossible for her not to have some feelings for him, but it was very embarrassing to say this in front of everyone. And we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Young people should be bolder. This is the advice from an experienced person. Yang Hui teased the shy too. Ask a question. At this time, Graham suddenly raised his hand, which made Yang Hui's heart click. Reject. I have a question too. Oh, yes, I also have a question that I want to consult. They were all old friends. Cruz and Char immediately guessed what Graham was going to ask, and the atmosphere on the scene gradually became joyful. Cruz and Char didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. You are not allowed to ask? The caretaker said to Cruz and Char with a cold face. I don't know you guys yet. You must be holding back something good. Tisk. X2 the two spat. It was a pity that they didn't achieve their goal, but good times will come after bad times. Someone beside them asked softly, Mr. Cruz Char, can you tell us after the meeting is over? Well, very good. Under the careful guidance of Yang Hui, Char, Amuro and others, they completed the trial and finally became qualified melon eaters. They can already find melons to eat skillfully. Of course. X2 the corners of Cruz and Char's mouths were filled with playful smiles again. Ahem, that's enough. Yang Hui clapped his hands, asking everyone to stop playing around. There was one last thing to be done in this meeting. The last thing is about Drestriga, the 30th NCO Academy, and agency. As soon as the words agency came out, Aggie St. Claus's body suddenly became stiff, and then began to tremble. For him, these 3 words were an indelible past and a demon in his heart that he could not overcome. Yang Hui glanced at Aggie St. Claus and did not say much. Instead, he made way for the center position and fully exposed the big screen. I asked the person who knows the most to explain it to everyone. Fisk Blackwood. Chapter 1367, Putting Life into the Gun Chamber. Commodore Fisk. XN, the first batch of members who joined the Dresslinger had all come into contact with Fisk Blackwood. Although it was only remote imaging and communication, they were deeply impressed by the strong and unsmiling general, especially the students of the 30th NCO Academy in Aggie St. Claus. The students of the 30th NCO Academy were on this bizarre warship because of Fisk Blackwood, and the 30th NCO Academy was also founded by Fisk Blackwood, who is their nominal principal. And Aggie St. Claus. He came from the agency, which was also established by Fisk Blackwood. The purpose was to deal with Ochidachia and more threats from alien planets. Aggie St. Claus was one of them. Life in the agency was his lifelong nightmare. Even now, with so many companions fighting side by side, he often dreamed of his former hellish life when he went to bed at night. Is that the Brigadier General of the Federal Army who was under house arrest? Although the others had not come into contact with Fisk Blackwood, they had also browsed through his information. Fisk Blackwood's information was not concealed, but these people did not have a good impression of him. After all, the information recorded that the reason for his house arrest was concealing important intelligence and suspected traitors, and traitors were not welcome anywhere. Suddenly, the big screen in the conference room lit up, and Fisk Blackwood's face appeared in front of everyone. It's really Brigadier General Fisk. And everyone was surprised. They knew that Fisk Blackwood was under house arrest, but they all thought it was just an excuse. After all, house arrest and imprisonment are quite different. After a long time, when they saw Fisk Blackwood again, except that he looked older and thinner, there was no change. He was still serious and resolute. Everyone, long time no see, and, nice to meet you, I'm Fisk Blackwood. Long time no see, Brigadier General Fisk. Sanai Greywillet and the others stood up and saluted Fisk Blackwood. No matter what Fisk Blackwood had been through, he was their guide. He was the one who led them to this path, which was the right path they really liked and were willing to work hard for, and they noticed that Fisk Blackwood was wearing the uniform of the Federal Army at this time, and his rank of Brigadier General had not changed at all, which meant that he had been reinstated. Brigadier General, Fisk Blackwood sighed. He hadn't heard anyone call him that for a long time. Okay, everyone, now I'm going to explain to you the significance of the existence of Agency A and the 30th NCO Academy, and all my plans. Hearing this, Sanai Greywillet and the others sat down with serious expressions, while Aggie St. Claus was in a complicated and tangled state, because compared to the 30th NCO Academy, Agency A was a complete hell. Then, Fisk Blackwood told in detail about his special mission, his discovery of the legacy of God's civilization, EOS, his contact with Ochidachia and his control, and how he restrained the influence of the dominant fluctuations on the obedience gene, and began to slowly develop his own power in secret, pretending to find a suitable pawn for Ochidachia, but secretly cultivating the power of resistance. So, all this is your plan, Brigadier General? Including us being influenced and even controlled by Ochidachia, and contact with a questioner. Mitsuha Greywall's face was gloomy, and so were the other members of the 30th NCO Academy. After all, no one likes to be treated as a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Yes, I won't argue with that. Fisk Blackwood replied calmly, except Captain Mitsuba, no one has ever come into contact with Ochidachia, and no one understands the feelings and despair I went through at that time, so I know very well that if we can't defeat Ochidachia and free mankind from the control of the obedience gene, mankind will have no future. We must do it at all costs. You bastard. So me. Yazzie. And the others. To you. What are we? Parts that can be discarded at any time? What do you think of our lives? Aggie St. Claus couldn't help it, and stood up and cursed at Fisk Blackwood on the screen. I said, I don't ask for your understanding and forgiveness. I do this for the earth and for mankind. As long as this goal can be achieved, anyone can sacrifice, including me. Fisk Blackwood looked directly into Aggie St. Claus's angry eyes, his eyes firm and unwavering. Tisk. One day, I will make you, an old man, apologize in front of everyone. He cursed again, and in a rage, Aggie St. Claus threw the rules behind his head and left the meeting room angrily. He really didn't want to see that face that wanted to be torn apart again. Aggie. And Aggie St. Claus suddenly stood up and left. His companions were very worried about his current state. They all looked at Yang Hui, hoping to be allowed to follow and watch Aggie St. Claus. Husuo, L, Masaki, go. Amidst the pleading eyes, Yang Hui named 3 people. Husuo and Aggie St. Claus were the most familiar. They had been training and fighting as partners from the beginning. Long Sheng's optimism and Al's innocent heart could also comfort Aggie St. Claus the best. To be honest, at this time, the most suitable person should be Sanai Greywillet. When a man is hurt, the only person who can give him the most comfort and warmth is his beloved partner. However, Mitsuha Greywillet is the captain of Drestriga. Oh, no, she is now the acting captain. She has to stay and wait for the meeting to end. This is her duty and she also has to set an example for others. Understood. X3 The three people who were named immediately got up and chased after him. After the door was closed, the meeting room fell into silence again. Commodore Fisk, please continue. Yang Hui said expressionlessly. Although he could not agree with Fisk Blackwood's approach, he could not rebuke him, because Fisk Blackwood was different from those ambitious and instigators who talked about glamorous things but were actually cowardly and incompetent. Yang Hui knew very well that Fisk Blackwood really didn't care about his own sacrifice. In his plan, he had put his life in the gun barrel from the beginning. If he failed, he would die. No problem, Colonel Yang Hui. Fisk Blackwood nodded and continued, in order to observe your status, I arranged a spy. On the one hand, he will keep an eye on you all the time, record the influence of Ochidachia on you and report to me. On the other hand, he will also pay attention to people other than you, whether there are spies from other forces mixed in. From the beginning, Dre Cruz is the last hope of mankind in my plan. Spy? X and everyone was shocked. There was actually a spy among them? Vice Captain Reynolds, you completed your mission very well. Fisk Blackwood praised. Although he was arrested not long after the plan started, Reynolds Harding insisted on carrying out the spy mission after losing contact with him, and did not immediately defect after everything was revealed. This is worthy of praise. It's my job, Commodore Fisk. Reynolds Harding cursed in his heart. Why did he expose his identity in front of everyone? Even if the mission is over, wouldn't it be better to treat me as an ordinary vice captain? I will be responsible for explaining this matter. At this time, Reynolds Harding was exposed. No matter what the ultimate goal was, as a spy, he would also face everyone's malice. Fisk Blackwood was not qualified to explain anything for Reynolds Harding. After all, he arranged the person, and he didn't care much about everyone's life safety. But Yang Hui was different. First of all, Reynolds Harding was not a spy arranged by him. Secondly, Yang Hui's status and prestige in everyone's heart were much higher than Fisk Blackwood. At the beginning, we noticed the spy identity of Vice Captain Reynolds, but because of the lack of intelligence, I also discovered the problem of Drestriga at that time, so Reynolds Harding became my man and continued to perform observation tasks. The reporting object also changed from Commodore Fisk to me. As expected, Captain Mitsuba, each of you has changed more or less, and has shown strange behavior, which has also made a great contribution to our further pursuit of Ochidachia and control him. Yang Hui explained to everyone, and as he expected, the originally unfriendly eyes softened a lot. As for the rest, there is nothing much to say. I am under house arrest by the Federation Army and the plan cannot be carried out. However, I am very glad, Colonel Yang Hui, that your side is a completely different force from EOS and the Questioner. I am also very grateful for your help to the Earth and mankind. Although Fisk Blackwood did not trust Yang Hui and his team, he would give him a copy of any battle reports and news related to the Promise Caller. This was also one of the means used by Cruz to shake him. We are also from Earth and are also human beings. Yang Hui replied calmly. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to say to everyone? Yang Hui asked Fisk Blackwood. No. Okay, Rebel will tell you where you are going. I hope you can continue to serve the Earth Federation Army and fight for the peace of the Earth and mankind. Yes. After the communication ended, Yang Hui returned to the center of the podium again and looked at the people below. Anything else you want to ask? For a moment, everyone's expressions were quite complicated. They received too much information at the same time and it was a bit confusing. I feel like I have a lot of questions to ask, but because there are too many, I don't know where to start. G from the maintenance class complained while scratching his head. Then don't ask. Yang Hui had a teasing smile on his face. Do you have any more questions? Okay. Since there are no more questions, the meeting is over and dismissed. Hey. Are you kidding? Colonel Yang Hui. Wait a minute. Are you really leaving? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.